is Crystal Edge Technology Screens. We're going to be doing some interesting demonstrations today. We're going to be doing some demonstrations on products versus Vivistorm. Now, the reason why we're doing this is because we had contacted Vivistorm a little while back on their Facebook page displaying the technology of the Phantom technology. These are all the certified screens that Phantom has tested and was able to overpower. And this is we only contacted three companies. We contacted Innovation, which never responded back. Another company by Dragonfly, which did not want to give us samples, so we just left that alone. And then these are all the companies that the Phantom has taken out at 10% only done on that technology when we first developed it. I told you it was a reason why we designed that screen that way. So Vivistorm was nice enough to contact us back. They're very interested in the technology. They want samples. Are we going to send them samples? Really can't talk about that right now. That business part of it all. That right there, we're going to not yet. Some things I want to show them first before we go down that road. Now, what they've seen in the demonstrations we gave to them was the screen being displayed outside, Phantom technology being displayed outside. They saw the demonstration of Phantom inside, performing on that particular high level. And as I said before, when you develop a proper screen paint, a proper technology, not cutting corners, the professionals know what they see. They know what they see. People who are never contacted by these companies, they can see the corner cutting and shortcuts, and they can just see it. The unprofessional people being very unprofessional in the business, they can see it. They don't want to be bothered with it. So, as I said before, that when people do stuff like making memes of people and all the nasty things they say and do, in the end, it bites you in the face. No company will touch you because you're considered to be very unprofessional and they don't want to deal with you. At that, we can show the proof of people. Well, actually, they don't really consider those products to be on a professional level. This is why you have to be to test your product against the best. When you test your product against the best of the best, you get noticed. When you are testing your products against screen paint mixes, they don't notice you because they don't even know what those products are to begin with. You have to test against the big boys, the big screens. These are the people that have been in the industry for years and years and years, who have an amazing reputation. These are the ones you have to be able to show that your product can only stand with them, but also to be a bit more advanced than their products. So in order to do that, to get that attention from those particular companies, you're going to have to show that your product can do exactly what it's designed to do. And that means no cutting corners while you do this. No dark environments, no enhanced projectors, none of that. They looked at my projectors. They've seen what kind of projectors I'm using. My projectors are low-grade projectors, and the fact that I can take on all these screens with those low-grade projectors on that Phantom, that's why they're knocking at my door right now. So, I'm going to do a private demonstration for Vivistorm today, showing the Phantom's technology, not with pretty colors bouncing across the screen. We're talking about real demonstrations where we show solid color patterns of blues, reds, and greens, fully lit environments. We will be requesting from them, and they do have an outdoor sample sheet that we may have obtained that to do demonstrations against Phantom's technology outside. So pretty soon we're going to have a lot of these emails popping up on our account from these companies. Elite will be next. That we'll be sending out our demonstration tests against their products, showing the advancements of our technology versus theirs. I think theirs is pretty much going to not hit the hardest, but to have more of an impact because we are actually using an Elite screen to test their own products against. And the screen we coded, which is their very own screen, is outperforming their products. So are we interested in doing business with them, I'm not going to say anything about that yet. But I can say that this is going to be an interesting adventure. I can tell you that much. This is why it's very important when I say don't cut corners. Don't definitely do not cut corners. Demonstrations being done in the dark, demonstrations with windows being blocked out, they can see all that. If I can see it, they can see it. Now, some people do it because they feel that they're fooling their customers. Every once in a while, you're going to get a customer in there who's a bit of a guru who's been doing this for a while. He's going to see it. So if the experts can see it and I can see it, then there's a reason why certain people will never receive emails such like so. Companies won't bother with you at all, period. The way you carry yourself and the way you act, that's the reason why companies won't touch you at all, period. So we got to do a video for soon. Elite Screen, you want to send one out to them soon, a demo for them, so they can see what the technology looks like. This right here is a pile of screen paint products. We don't use this. They don't know what this stuff is. They know what those screens are, but they don't know what this is right here. They don't know what that is, period. They don't even take it seriously. I told you the Phantom is going to be the #1 screen. I told you that. One by one, they're going to acknowledge that my technology is the best. Where's my stand? They're going to acknowledge it. And you're going to see emails popping up from different companies asking for samples from us. But before they sign that sample, we're going to send them over an NDA from one of our attorneys. Better not try to reverse engineer that. You end up in court. I do know how to protect myself when it comes to business. So we all play nice. This could be a beautiful thing. But we're not going to give them access to that kind of technology. The whole purpose of the Phantom is to be the dominating screen. So let those companies know that, look, we're here and we mean business. Phantom. So this is the conversations we're having back and forth within the storm. We explained to them we beat 18 certified screens. Got the record to show it. This is why we do live demonstrations of testing against certified screens. And I've seen people do testing in certified screens. It's not professional. Taking your screen and trying to match it against a product that's close enough to your screen is not impressive. I could do that easily any day. You have to be to test your products, and I mean all of them had different shades against your product, and you have to do those on color levels. I know for a simple fact that the screen paints you have now, most of them, I can design myself. That's easy. Those particular products, which I used to deny back in the day, cannot pick up contrast or color. I've seen that already. When you damage yourself, when you put not even a black screen paint, it's a gray, dark gray product. Outperformed your Cinemax with no problem. Clearly showing at the end of the day that darker technology is much more advanced. But even with the darker mix you have, it's never been tested on white levels. There's no test on versus black paint. There's nothing there. No real demonstrations at all. You couldn't match any of the demonstrations under Phantom. That's why your product's not getting noticed. So for all you naysayers out there, and mind you, these people haven't even seen the screen in person. And they're already requesting samples from us to test. The same thing as Screen Innovation did. They wanted samples of that D5K technology that we were making. Haven't even seen the screen. That's how amazing the technology is. So to all you naysayers out there that run your mouth, our technology is not this or that, you're not professionals in the field. I don't even want to know why I even entertain you anymore. And I don't. I'm going to stop that, because why should I entertain you? You're not professionals in the field. You don't know the first thing about projectors and how they're designed. You don't know anything about this field at all. So why should I even acknowledge you anymore? And I'm not. I'm going to start blocking you now off my accounts now. I'm done with y'all. Y'all served your purpose. Y'all knew you had a purpose, right? Understand, not to be arrogant here. You had a purpose. I couldn't care less about your dislikes and all that stuff. Who cares? At the end of the day, I have a contract, I'm paid, and your dislikes do nothing. It's just you getting your frustration out. That's all it is. Sometimes I'll leave a video in there and I won't even bother deleting the video. Nope. I'll leave it on there. Not delete. I'm putting not deleting the video. I won't bother censoring the video. I'll leave it on there so you can press your little dislike button and get all your hatred out of your system. You don't do anything for me at all. You're there because I allow you to be there so you can see exactly what real technology looks like. But at the end of the day, why am I even trying to show you anything? You don't understand the first thing about contrast shifting technology, color enhancement technology, heightened technology. You know nothing about that. Yesterday I came on and I questioned myself. Is contrast shifting technology real? Can you paint a screen that's green, any color green, and will react like our screens? And you can't. This is what they saw. They just saw a screen literally just turn black right in front of them and produce a contrast level. And this is why we have contact information from them requesting samples from us. There you go. That's how it's done, people. This is why I say you don't cut corners. You don't do anything. So when people cut corners, because they're trying to get the approval of their followers. We get the approval of our followers and we get the approval of big corporations. Because our main goal is corporations. Your products, as I said before, at the end of the day, your mixes don't mean jack to me. You have to understand that. This is where my mindset at. You don't threaten my company in any way whatsoever, period. We don't care about your mixes because you notice none of your mixes are on the top of that table. You know why? Because they are not important. The only screens we have on top of that table for display for that demonstration, which is going to be later on, it's going to be done private, is for show them exactly how many certified screens that Phantom can take on. Your product's not going to be there. You know why? Because your product's not important. Your product was only there to show you exactly what you were dealing with if you ever went against a Phantom. That's it. Because when they look at your demonstrations, they see the same thing I see. Oh, look at that, man. They can tell all the little tricks in the room. They can see where you were trying to show, what's that, the room filled with ambient light. They can see the light peeking through the peephole around the curtains. They can see all that. We had a lamp in the room. We had the meter test in the front of your screen like so. And you had all these lights sitting on top of it to jump the meter. Where you had your screen outside and you said you were actually doing a demonstration out in sunlight, your screen was actually on a slant. Where the sun was coming this way, it was blocking the back of your screen. Your screen should have been flat so light could pass across it. They see all that. All those little demonstrations. They see challenges that we give you, calling you out to do certain demonstrations, and you avoid them with middle fingers and stuff. That doesn't look professional at all, period. They're never going to contact you. You'll never get anything from them at all, period. And then on top of that, if your name ever comes up in a conversation, they go, well, what about this fellow right here? We got a stack of cancellations from him where he was scared to basically go against our screen. There you go. See where you hurt yourself? There you go. That's where you messed up. That's going to block you from a lot of companies. Right there from the door. If any company brings your name up, I would say, look, we dealt with that guy right there. This right here is an email we received from him. Welcome us to buy his products. And this is him sending nasty messages to us and canceling every single order. These are the PayPal receipts we got. We return the money back to us. He's afraid of us. Yeah, I told you. Be careful when you send us stuff. It becomes our trophy. So we got proof now that you canceled orders left and right because you were terrified of our technology. Screen Innovation, on the other hand, you guys were interested in our technology back in 2015, and you decided to send us a lawyer after us. We're going to use that too. What can you say? You're going to argue about it? You didn't send it? It's right there as your attorney, isn't it? Okay, then. So at the end of the day, like I said, it's to get the Phantom on top. That's the whole object of it all. And once enough of these companies start knocking at the door, trying to get sample sheets of Phantom, which we may or may not give to them, then that is going to bring in other companies that want to basically do business with us for distributorship. But there is something that the Vivistorm has of interest that I'm looking at. So I'll let you look at that from hearing from you, so and so and so. Yeah, there you go. So now we have to start the process. I got to read through another contract today too. I got contracts to read through. We have to start. I'm going to do a video demonstration today on Vivistorm, showing the comparison. I think the Elite screen is going to pretty much have the more impact because we are literally using Elite screens over here right now. So imagine if your Elite screens, listen to me, Elite, and we have one of your screens. Actually, I like Elite screens. I have a couple screens I really do like, but we have your screen over here, and we're using your lowest bottom dollar screen to pretty much dominate all your screens in one hit. That means if you take your white screen, cheap white screen, coat it with any of the technologies we have over here, and advance over that. So right here, we sent out our information right here, letting them know that, look, this is Immerse Cinema. These are the demonstrations under the technology we developed. We sent the one for indoor, we sent the one for outdoor. And this is why I tell you, if you're going to get into this field of developing screen paint, you do not want to cut corners. You don't want to do fake demonstrations. You don't want to start running your mouth about people's products that you know at the end of the day darn well you cannot challenge and cannot take on. You know, you do not want to do stuff like that, because at the end, the bottom line is it will make you look like a complete, I hate to say the word for it, an idiot at the end of the day. That's where you'll end up looking like an idiot at the end of the day. Doing fake demonstrations will get you nowhere. And keep in mind, when a sample sheet, chances are what they're going to do is, I would say they're going to put against their own products, which they're going to find out that the screen's going to, and keep in mind, if they're putting against their own products, they're going to use high-end projectors. Projectors much better than what I use in my demonstrations. That's the reason why I choose to use lower projectors. Choosing lower projectors and cheaper projectors in our demonstrations, if we can make a 720p look incredible, we can make anything look incredible. If we can have a screen produce an image outside, then we can produce an image inside. That's how we do our technology. Where a lot of these people out here are using these ambient light controlled environments, which we know because we watch your demonstrations, ambient light controlled environments, overpowering high powered projectors, cheating on just about everything you could possibly think of when it comes to demonstrations. With the more certified screens, they're doing something like ambient light controlled environments, high powered projectors, and they're using calibrated projectors. I tell people this is a bad way to go. When you start developing any kind of screen paint, you do not want to start off with a high-end projector. Not good at all. You want to start off with a low-end projector. They're going to take my sample. If I decide to give them a sample, they're going to take my sample and stick it in the facility, and they're going to test it. They're going to test it in high lighting. Well, now lighting's not going to be too high because, judging by from what I've seen, their screens being tested in, it's a cakewalk for our technology. We could blow through one of their facilities with no problem, because our screens are used to being tested with a lot of intense light. So what I've seen from their demonstrations, yeah, it's going to be a cakewalk. From the projectors that they use in their demonstrations are far more advanced than what we have over here. So it's a cakewalk for our technology. Putting that on one of my screens, are you kidding me? You want to stick one of those projectors on that screen over there? Yeah, how insane that screen's going to look. It looks insane on 720p. So that's an easy cakewalk. So anything they have over their facility, our screens are going to pass to it with no problem, because we're used to being on the low end and having the most brutal testing. This is why testing is very important, to be able to test your screens on that next level, to be brutal. That's why people cancel orders when they come down here, because they know darn well that in their environments, they have ambient light controlled. They cut corners, including certifieds too. I can see y'all cutting corners too. Y'all cut corners with that whole protocol. It has to be an ambient light environment. You have to have this high-end projector. You have to calibrate your projector. Blah, 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 blah. Not us. I can take a 1,000 projector, stick it outside at 13 feet, and nail a screen, and pull up a 190-degree star field with no problem at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock in the evening. Your screens can't do that. Mine can do that. So if I walk into one of your facilities, I can not only take on every single thing you have in there with no problem, There's nothing you have in there that can compete with that technology. And that screen is ultra black, which means you're not going to hit the contrast levels as a heightener, which can overpower screens that are lighter than it. And the color enhancement technology is unmatched. So how in the world could you go against a Phantom? So automatically from the door, if we sent them a sample sheet, we can wipe everything in their facility with no problem. But if you're constantly cutting corners to try to make your product look good, they stick you in that environment. And if their lighting is just a little bit more than yours, your screen's going to fail. That's why you don't do demonstrations in the dark. This is why you don't test contrast levels in the dark. You don't do any of that, period. Yeah, that's why. This would be a cakewalk. There's nothing down there. And I've seen their demonstrations. There's nothing down there that they have. Now, Vivistorm makes very good screens. They do. That's the reason why I chose them to be a part of the group that I'm looking at. They make very, very good screens. We've got them here on whatchamacallit. I researched their company before going down this road. They do make good screens. But there's something that Vivistorm has that I want. Now, Phantom is just to show them what we can do. But we can customize and upgrade all their screens. Now, the screens they have over there, I have all their sample sheets over here. They need work. They need a lot of work. We could upgrade all their technology to make it far more advanced, even big enough to take on the screen innovation screen with no problem. As a matter of fact, that's what I'm working on right now. I'm working on a little few projects for those M1 smaller projectors. Got a lot of customers talking about the smaller portable projectors. We're actually working on a heightener technology for that to make those projectors boom, blow up. Make that gain jump a little higher, contrast a little better, color a little better. Yeah, we're working on that because I want a few for myself. And maybe the reason why I'm designing it too. Because I want a couple of them for myself. I like them. They're small and convenient. I do want a couple for myself. And they're cheap. The only problem is those projectors, you have to use them in the dark, which we can change that. Now, this is the Vivistorm. This is the research I did on their company. And this is one of the things I notice. I told you when I watch these demonstrations, these are things I notice in your demonstrations. Daylight will be next. We'll be contacting them very soon. Next. That's why we request their most powerful screens. If I'm basically taking out your most powerful screens that you have to offer, what do you have left? There you go. That's the whole purpose. So this right here, we're showing you right now. If you pull the screen out, here's the Vivistorm majority. We do these demonstrations with the lights on at 720p. All right. So this is what I see in this demonstration, automatically from the door, right from the get-go. Number one, I told you, ultra short throw projector right up on top of the screen. You should be doing that with a long throw. And even with an ultra short throw with the windows open, the screen is still washed out. And there's very low light hitting the screen. It's very, very dark in here. My downstairs area and my dining room is brighter than this. So this I can tell. They have one light here in the corner right here. This light has a shade on. This is not even affecting the screen because when you put a shade on it, keep in mind, we're talking about the physics of light. So the bottom line is light only has two choices, is to go up or down. Now, if you took the shade out, then it would have nailed the screen. And I'm pretty sure it washed out the screen pretty well. As for the window light, that's not really making any damage to the screen. Consider the fact he's using an ultra short throw. Using an ultra short throw projector, that means your projector's distance throw is at a very short distance, which means you have less of a chance of losing a lumen count if you're traveling from here to here, other than traveling from way back here to here. Your lumen count is going to continue to be eaten away by the time you make contact with the screen. This is why a lot of these companies will use ultra short throw projectors, also to show that their screens are ultra short throw compatible. But as I said before, this is an easy way to basically, I call it cheat on a demonstration, because you don't have that distance throw. How would that screen react? Would it be the same way if it was ultra short throw and distance throw? See, that's a demonstration right there we need to do. We need to do a demonstration with an ultra short throw and a long throw to see if they both had the exact same image by the time they make it there. One with a shorter distance and one with a longer distance. All right, that's on the list today to do. We definitely going to be doing that today. All right, so I think I'm going to use the Sony DPL FH36 because that projector is designed to shoot a narrow image. It won't expand out, so that way I can keep one half of it with the ultra short throw, and the other one I can hit on this side right here. All right, perfect. We got the projectors for that. But that's what I don't like right here. That distance though is really short. And that color is very washed out. When I tell you that if I look at a screen and I tell you the color is washed out, it's a washed out color, trust me. For instance, the reason why the color is washed out is because right here, go back a little farther on those black levels. Oh, I guess it's gonna apply. We still can nail it. All the black you see on the screen is washed out. Mind you, we have their sample sheets here, so we know. How do we get a freaking commercial that quick in there, that fast? Or is this part of them? I think it's part of them, yeah. It is part of them. So we have the sample sheet right here downstairs. I know how that reacts. Doesn't pull contrast, it can't pull color. Yeah, we have that right there downstairs right now. Doesn't pull contrast, can't see color at all, period. Next to a Phantom, it might as well just be a white screen. Now, I love the concept of the floor standing screen. This we can change altogether. Can you imagine a black Phantom being pressed to this right here? You're not insane that screen would look. That screen, if they did one, if we did a deal and we did one, I have to have a lot of lawyers involved in this one because this is overseas. Every time I do business overseas, we have to have a ton of lawyers involved in this. This is very expensive because we have to make sure there's no mix up in any translation. At the end of the day, someone will end up getting sued. So we have to make sure that everything is done right. First things first, I would change out this entire base right here. I would make it jet black. I mean, as black as I could possibly make it. So black that if you would trip over, you wouldn't even see it was even there. Then we would press a Phantom to it, and then we put a UFO light in. You ever seen the UFO lights? When the screen comes up, it has a light coming, woo, it comes down. Yeah, UFO lights. Yeah, that'd be gorgeous. Now, so that's something I would have in my house. Now, if I had, I would actually, like I said, by next year, we start developing our own motorized projection screens. That's what I would do. I would have this whole entire casing super jet black, and I would have a UFO light effect, and the screen would come up, it would be jet black to match the base. That's how I would have it. But this right here, we have this in the house right now. Now you notice this? Now they're showing the demonstration. If you notice that the blinds are shut. It's still daytime outside, as you can see right there, but why are the blinds shut at just daytime? This is an ambient light screen that can take on ambient light. These blinds should never be shut. This is what we noticed in his video. When he was doing a demonstration, he was trying to make it like it was a well-lit environment, but we noticed that there was light pushing through the peephole, and as much light was pushing through, it had to be around, as much light was illuminated around those corners, it had to be like 12 o'clock in the afternoon because there was a lot of light pushing through. So this is another thing. Why do you have your blinds shut if it's daytime? What's the purpose of that? And I can see if it was nighttime, yeah, but if it's daytime, why are your blinds shut? If your screen is ambient light projection, this right here would not affect your screen at all, period. Just like I had the 126-inch sitting in my windows with all that light pushing back and forth, I can do an OLED horse right there with no problem whatsoever, and my projector sits back 18 feet. That's an ultra short throw. And I'm not criticizing the video, but this is what I see. So that tells me right there from the door that the screen does have some issues with ambient light rejection technology. Because there's no way in the world, these windows up here, I'm hoping those are not windows, because there's no way in the world you should, no, there is windows, there's a plant right there. So these are windows right here. So there's no way in the world you should have, if you have real ambient light rejection, those windows should ever be closed. But you got a nosy neighbor with a really good telescope. Oh, that's the only one I can think of. Now we have lights out. So let me get this straight. Anytime you want to watch sports, movies, TV shows, anything you want that does not involve movies, you're going to have to be in an environment like this to get the color to pop better. On an ultra short throw projector, which I'm pretty sure is probably 4K. Now, I like how when they expand the screen in and out, there's plenty of light in the environment. This should be done while they're doing the demonstration. Oh, there you go. I have no idea why you would ever show this. Is not good. This is absolutely horrible. We have the sample sheet downstairs. This is the white version of the screen. That's absolutely horrible. That is really, really washed out. Really bad. I told you about that whole tannish look to the screen. We see this in gray screen paints all the time. Especially the lighter the screen paint, the heavier effect you're going to get from this. And I don't even know why you have the light on. At this point, this is definitely, you can turn that off because this is not going to push up. That's really, 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 really bad. All right, so I know what they're going to do in this demonstration. They're going to take the white screen, bring it down. They're going to take this screen and bring it up and show you the improvements of this over this screen, which I already know already from the door. This shows you how bad white screens are. They're really, really crap. They are crap. At the end of the day, keep in mind that we can run the same test downstairs, and we can run a black screen over top of that, which we already did. But we'll do it today for fun. This is automatically going to show an improvement from the door because it's a gray screen. Any screen that's slightly darker is always going to be to show a much better level. The only problem you got to deal with when you're dealing with darker screens is the fact that they have to figure a way to heighten the white levels because white levels will drop. This is why when we did the test on the UV didn't do too well because the UV, for some reason, it was lighter screen than a Phoenix. The Phoenix is a much darker screen than the UV. UV is a very dark, dark gray screen. And one of the issues we saw that when we displayed any form of white levels, the UV came extremely dark next to a white surface, which shows at the end of the day, it was never tested against a white surface to begin with, because if someone had tested against a white surface, they would have saw the flaw and they would have fixed it. Just like the Jet Black Fusion, there are no tests under that screen showing it displaying against a solid white screen, showing where the white levels lay at. They only do demonstrations against a gray screen, and a gray screen is not considered to be a white screen because on a gray screen, your white levels are going to drop. That's a trick that they like to use. No, that has to be done against a white surface only, so you can see where your white levels lay. Same thing when you do contrast levels on lighter screens. You must display that in a fully lit environment because contrast levels change when you turn the lights out. Not everybody's going to be sitting in the same environment as you are, so you have to make sure that make your environments much, much more brutal, so that way that if they do happen to put it in the environment that's not the same as yours, the screen will surpass and not fail. That's what we call the cutting corners. So he's going to bring the screen up. When the screen comes up, he's going to show the difference between this and the white screen. We do these all day downstairs on the motorized projection screen. Now, the problem we have right here, this is, like I said, they always test against white screens because, like I said, at the end of the day, majority of most people I'm dealing with will have white screens. So you're going to bump into somebody says, oh, I got a black diamond in my living room or so and so. So forget that demonstration. The black diamond will literally kill this screen right here with no problem. It will. Black diamond is very good technology. You take it, yes, we can, but it's very good technology. But anyway, as I'm saying right here, yeah, it's going to show a much better difference than the white screen. Now, if our technology was in the picture, we would dominate the white screen. We would dominate this screen because our screen could pull a 100% contrast off, which means our colors would be much more darker. We can reflect 10 times more light, and we can produce, with that heightener technology, we can produce white levels on a crazy level. You know why? Because we test our black technology against white levels. Which means if we ever run into one of these screens, we can maintain a very amazing level, not equal to the white screen, but an amazing white level to be able to compete with the white screen and the gray screen at the same time. That's why when we do the demonstrations, we have the sample sheets of multiple white screens, multiple mid-level screens, heavy contrast dark screens. We have a bunch of all of them up there, so we can see how the screen is going to be to compete with white levels and contrast levels and so forth. I love to teach a class. Now, keep in mind, this is nothing new. Screen Innovation came with this idea first. They actually did. Screen Innovation came with an idea where they had a white screen. He would come out with a little sample sheet, and he would take his sample sheet and he would move it around the screen like this. And everywhere that sample sheet would hit, you would see the image pop up. Boom, 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 boom. Actually popped a lot higher than that, but it would pop up. One of the things I did notice about their demonstrations is I had never actually seen an angle gain demonstration. I don't see a lot of angle gain demonstrations on some of these screens. Really don't see that a lot. That's something you should be seeing with short throw. Because that's something with short throw is really, really, really going to plague a screen when it comes to angle gain. And you are probably thinking, but this looks no, this is washed out. This is literally washed out. But like I said, I'm not one to basically talk it, I'm one to back it up. So we'll have that backed up today. But that's washed out. It's still nice, but it's washed out. We can advance this. We can make this way, way, way better than this, man. You bring that screen up, man. You could have this light on. You got a light over here, light over the top. Open up your windows. It's not going to affect that screen whatsoever, especially at ultra short throw. We could do that at 18 feet with no problem. All right, so go from here. That's washed. That's washed. They had any contrast demonstrations. I'm looking for contrast demonstrations. I'm seeing. All right, so are we doing a side by side versus a white screen? Let me see. What's he got going? Why do he have two screens going on here? I don't see why he has two screens. Is one of these white screens? One of these are. It's not a room to put another white screen in there. So I don't know what he's doing a side by side comparison to. I hope that's not a white screen because that does not look too much of a difference. I see a slight little difference here, but I don't see too much of a difference, to tell you the truth, at the end of the day. See what he has going on here. I like the screen. The concept of the screen is beautiful. It is. But every environment that they have in it, there's no light on the screen. There's no real light. I mean, really, really light it up in there. And that's still dark. I've seen some people's apartments that look this dark. That is really dark. I'm sorry, but that's still dark. So let's see. We can look at somebody else. See anybody else. 120-inch screen. Looking at that, I've been through all these demonstrations before. These environments are still dark. We have screen paint that basically can advance that technology right there. Actually, I was contacted by WeMax and I was contacted by Vivistorm for enhancement technology for the screens. You see what I mean? I could leave this field alone by itself and make millions of dollars enhancing their screens to make or make customized screens to make their projectors look amazing. Always with an ultra short throw. Like I said, that distance throw is back here. There'd be issues on that screen. It's already issues right here. This is all right here. And those blinds are on a slant. Curtains are right here. This actually much better, and the screen could be much better, much better. But I can see right here with the curtains and all that, it's actually extremely well lit. But you got an ultra short throw right there. That pretty much what cheats the demonstration right there. Should do both. They should do both ultra short throw, long throw. Because what it tells you at the end of the day, like, okay, so it looks good on an ultra short throw. So what's going to be the reaction if someone has a long throw? Now everybody's going to have a short throw projector. So what happens if a person has a long throw? Because like I said, distance throw is very important because that depends on how much lumens will hit your screen, depending on how much light you have in the environment. So if your projector is right over here, that means you're going to have a distance throw. By the time you make it from A to B, it has to go through this light right here, through here. It's going to be cut down pretty good by the time it makes contact with the screen. You may start off with 36 here and 36 here, but over here, you're probably going to lose probably about maybe 3 or 4 here. And over here, you're going to lose at least about, out of 36, you're going to lose 10 or more, maybe a lot more than that before you make contact with that screen. That is going to make a huge difference between here and here and here and here. A huge difference. They should do a demonstration on both. We got to do that demonstration today too. I got to do that ultra short throw, long throw demonstration. Has to be done. But I want to see something more than just a menu. I want to see a star throw demonstration. I want to see color patterns. How do colors fade? Do they maintain with that much light in the environment? This is what I'm telling you. There's so much missing from the demonstrations. It's not even funny. I want to see a lot more than that. That's why I said demonstrations. I can understand some people can make their demonstrations that long, but there's this. If you're displaying the screen, you should be showing more than. Oh, here we go. I knew it. I told you. I knew it. I told you. It can't. It's not gonna have. It's gonna have a problem. Blinds are open, but they're on like a. I wish I could magnify this for you. I'm gonna have to do this on a pre-record one day because there's a lot of stuff you can't see that I can literally see in this demonstration from here. The blinds are on a bit of a slant. Not too much of a slant, but they're on a bit of a slant. But this is completely, I'm pretty sure you can see that this is completely washed out. That's gone. I knew it. Contrast levels are not going to pick up. They're using ultra short throw. If contrast levels are not going to pick up and using ultra short throw, what the heck do you think is going to happen if you hit that with a long throw? That's why when these long throw projectors, they have massive amount of lumen counts on them. Ultra short throw projectors don't come in with it. They had some that claimed to be 5,000 lumens, but the Dell and a couple of them were actually 5,000 lumens. The other ones came in much lower than 5,000 lumens. If you had a 5,000 projector at less than a foot away from your screen, I have 5,000s here. Do you have any idea how bright that would be? My Christie projector in my downstairs is 5,000 lumens, and that thing is 18 feet away from a screen. Imagine a screen being at less than a foot at 5,000 lumens. You would illuminate that entire environment with no problem. People would walk in and think they were walking into the sun. So yeah, ironically, Dell is the only one I've seen, and a couple other ones that can do a 5,000 lumen at ultra short throw. Usually ultra short throw, the lumen count isn't that high because it's not required because you're literally sitting right on top of the screen. So most are like 2,000 to 1,500 or something like that because you're really not going to need that much light because you're literally sitting on top of the screen. Where if you're doing a long throw, now you're talking about a good maybe 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 lumens because you're traveling a greater distance, which means you're going to lose a great amount of lumens before you make contact with the screen, depending on how much light you have in the environment. That's why they have massive amount of lumens on these projectors like that, because the distance throw. The concern you're going to have here is they're doing the demonstration on an ultra short throw. And if you're doing a demonstration on an ultra short throw, the problem you're going to have is the fact that your projector is automatically sitting right up on top of the wall. So this is the image you're going to get. But if you swap out to a long throw, if you don't have an ultra short throw and you get a long throw, then what's your screen going to look like then? That's why they should do both. That's one of the things I don't like about ultra short throw demonstrations. That's why I max out all my ultra short throw projectors. Be like, oh, Ken, you got ultra short throws too. Yeah, but my ultra short throw sitting on the floor is designed to do an 80-inch screen. My screen's at 148 on the floor. So I'm way beyond. I'm putting my projectors pulled back a little bit more than what you have in your average ultra short throw. But what I've seen from the demonstrations on their screens, they don't have a lot of ambient light in the environment at all, period. And at that, they're using ultra short throws. Majority, most companies will stick with short throw, ultra short throws, because the distance throw won't be that long and they'll get a much better picture. So compared to, let me see. Pros and cons of ultra short throws. Ultra short throws are nice. Yeah, like I say, you can have it. I wouldn't use it in a demonstration. No, this is much better. This is a much better demonstration. Why don't you just start off with this one right here? Let's see what we got here. Let's get this. This is much better. I hope this is what I think it is. Let's see. Okay. So I need to look at this anyway because I'm planning to get one of these anyway. So let me see. Here's a white wall. I've had conversations about people talking about, oh, I've hit my screen on a white wall. It's absolutely fantastic. No, it doesn't. But I would do that before buying a white screen because the white screen's going to be no difference, to tell you the truth, at the end of the day. Now, if that screen's not 100% black, it's not going to touch a Phantom. That's the best. It's going to produce a good image, but it's not going to touch a Phantom, but not the price they wanted. I was actually thinking about buying one of these. I was going to convert this to a Phoenix at the time, because we didn't have Phantoms at the time. But the price jumped on it. See, that's the level we were looking at right there. I thought the screen was like this right here. If we had Phantom coated on this, this is what the screen would look like at the bottom. That is washed out right there. This is all washed out. That's all washed out right there. It's a better improvement than the white wall, but like I said, it's still washed out. Remember I told you about bright colors? Using bright colors and well-lit environments fade less. That's one of the tricks. That's saying the tricks he's doing a trick, but that's one of the things they will display. They will display nice bright colors because bright colors will have a less of a chance of fading out. If they did any heavy contrast levels in there, that screen would wash out automatically. Now, mind you, we have this downstairs on that kitchen table. If I stick this screen against that Phantom downstairs and we flick that thing on the color, are you seeing actual real color? This is when I watch these demonstrations and I see where they display these colors on the screen. This is why we do the solid red, blues, and greens to show you, is the screen really able to pick up these colors next to that technology? So we have it downstairs right now. Another room's dark. Well, that's not something dark, so that's a white wall. Here's the white wall. We really don't have much light. I don't know why he's pointing at the window, because there was more light in there when it started off. There's no light in there right now. He pointed at the window at all, period. See, there's nothing. It's probably in the afternoon. Sun's probably across the street, or wherever's going on, it's across the street, because there's no real light in there. If there was light, all this would be illuminated. Mind, he's in an all-white room. Any light would have came through here. This whole entire area would have been lit. It'd have been much brighter. It'll look just like this room in here, right here. We had all the light in the room. See the change of the room? Because he has his windows open and it's probably early in the day. This is what I do. This is how I research companies. If I go through all this, how much more than I go through screen paint mixers that don't do the demonstrations correctly, or I can pick apart your environment that fast, that quick. The reason why you don't see this in my environment, because these are the things we don't do. We do the opposite of everybody else. So if you're doing demonstrations like that, there's no way in the world we pull this off in this room. There's not enough lighting here. See the difference between the window right here and how much light we have in the environment right here? Now you go back and you go to this section right here. It's much darker. He's going to bring up the screen right about there. Wait a minute. Why are you? Okay, I can see, but I don't see much of a difference between here and here. With the lights out, I don't. I'm going to just do a half and half. Now, wait a minute. The lights were on in that video? Oh, you got to be kidding me. Hold on. Right about there. Let's go back a little bit more. Right there. There's a difference. So it's no longer early in the day. If it's early in the day, it's less light in the environment. This looks like coming to the window. There's no point in basically pointing the camera in this direction. If there was light coming to this window, this whole entire window sill would be illuminated with light. This would be illuminated with light that I can see right from there. It's probably getting in the evening hours. We did that one. This is the part I find interesting. as the screen's coming up, we're right about in here. This is what I find interesting right in here. You see this? That's the white wall right there. Right there. If I get my mouse here, that's the white wall coming up. That's the screen. Look at the two next to each other. That's not much of a difference. That's not much of a difference between night and day. That's why I was still like, wait a minute, what the heck? Yeah, that's not a difference between night and day right there. That's a white wall. Sorry, but you guys really got to do better on your demonstrations because I can see this from here. And this right here is the screen. You see that? See, that's why I said you got to take the time. But some people don't understand that. You're excited. You see a screen up here. You're watching it come from the floor. Like, wow, it's amazing. But from a person who's been in the field for a long time, we see things differently. We don't see things. I see the wow factor in the screen. I do. I find that impressive and all. But there's other things I see in the environment that my eyes are trained to see things a certain way. That's why I said when I show you the white screen, I show you the gray screen paint, and I say you think you see red, right? You're not actually seeing red. You're seeing a faded version of red. So every time I see a screen on one of these screen paint mixes or gray screens, I see a washed out red. That's what I see. When you move away, you see our technology, you see that bright red push through, that's what you're supposed to see because my eyes are used to seeing a certain thing. That's why when I look at the demonstration, I will catch all this. I will see all this right from the door. I'll see how much light they have in the environment. I'll see how much light's coming through the window. I can tell what time of the day it may be. It may be, not exactly, but what it may be. If they're doing this in the afternoon, if they're doing this in the morning, if they're doing this in the evening. One of the things I noticed when I watch the Elite screens, sealing the light rejection technology, I noticed that they had the screen here. They had all these windows here, but the window on the far end had a shade on it. When I slowed it down, I said, why is there a shade in the window? Because any light coming there would have passed right across the screen, oops, and would have caused some disruption to the picture. But the windows are on the side. You can have as many windows as you want. None of those are going to make contact with the screen. So light's not going to come out, turn, and go boop into your screen. It's not. It's going to come and it's going to go this way. Unless it has a way to expand out and maybe hit the ridges of your screen, but that's basically about it. Unless those same windows that are here are back there, which means now when the light comes through, it's going to make direct contact with your screen. And if it was, all that would be laminated. You would see all this light pushing through against the walls. It would be really bright because the same amount of light that's hitting here would be hitting there. Oh yeah, I can see all that. And if I'm going to be testing my product against you, like I said, in war, you have to have an amazing strategist. Because if you don't, at the end of the day, you have a dead army on your hands. Strategist is very important. Have to be to see the battle before you start it. There's a lot that goes into this. Then basically just mixing products together and throwing them up on a wall. In the same way I can research these guys, I can come into in a minute and tear apart your video and go about this and da, 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 da. People try to do it to my videos, and it's funny when they try to do it to my videos, they're doing it to my videos while they're sitting in the dark. You know how funny that is? So let me get this straight. You're sitting in the dark trying to analyze the videos in a well-lit environment, way brighter than yours, and you're trying to pick that apart. Oh yeah, good luck with that one. How about you do the same demonstration and then get back with me and pick my video apart? Oh, you can't? Oh, your screen doesn't pick up? Yeah, because we have it over here and we can make it. There you go. We can make the product. It's no problem. For those that may ruffle your feathers, it's true. We can make the product, no problem at all. Actually, we gave them an invitation. We gave them an invitation to make the Phoenix and Phantom and post the ingredients, and we'll make it ourselves and put it against our own screen. It was never made. There you go. Look at this. Okay, so, and at the end of the day, if they see this and they go, well, at the end of the day, it doesn't make a difference if you want to do business or not. I don't care. I understand. At the end of the day, you have to understand the Phantom was designed for one purpose only, and it was to be the dominant screen. So good luck with making something new to try to surpass that monster. Because I think if you can't take out any of the high performance screens, not only did we take out their screen, but we took out about what? Elite screens, DMP Supernova, Seymour AV. Yeah, a couple of big boy screens. Yeah, good luck. So they only have two choices. Either they work with us or basically, or they're not going to be in competition with. That's not going to happen. I could set a screen next to theirs and take their screen out with no problem. Oh, I cannot wait to go to one of those shows with that technology. I like the concept of the floor standing screen, fantastic, I do. The ultra short throw thing, I don't like too much because they got a habit of using these all the time at all the demonstrations. And again, what if you're dealing with a customer who doesn't have an ultra short throw, he may have a long throw? Is the distance going to affect the screen? That's something I would like to know. So keep in mind your distance throw is going to be much more less because you're right up on top of the screen, which means you're going to use less color, you're going to use less contrast, and brightness is going to be a lot higher because you're closer. But what happens if you're farther away and you're hitting the screen? Then what happens? Or this is a screen designed for ultra short throw only, because they could have did it that way. Sometimes they'll design a screen for ultra short throw only to make sure you have to buy an ultra short throw to use with that screen. Isn't that interesting? That's something we need to look up. We need to look up more on ultra short throws. We do that. I don't do enough of those, because I want to do that demonstration with ultra short throw versus long throw. Is there going to be a difference? Every last demonstration, ultra short throw. Same fellow, ultra short throw. Okay. Well, we know where they're going at. Let's go look at, I'm curious now, at all these demonstrations, more, they use these ultra short throw projectors and everything. It should be both ultra short throw and long throw compatible. Let's see. Ambient light projection. We're digging up Elite. At least it's going to be an interesting email when we send it to them, because we're actually using one of their screens. We're using one of their bottom. I bought one of their edgeless screens. It was white. It was cheap. Wasn't going to pay the money for anything else. On the code over top of it, it'd be interesting seeing how they would answer an email back of us showing test results of their products, including their ultra short throw products, against a screen that is producing a much better color contrast than their screen. So let me see. I had to research Elite also too. I was researching their ceiling and light rejection technology. Now, one thing I do like about Elite, well, there's two things I like about Elite. You can see this right here. I've done this demonstration right here on the Supreme 7. He's done these already. That's one of the screens we developed right there. That's a 7 right there. Done it. Been there. See how much light we have in the environment compared to how much light they had in the environment when they did the demonstration? That's why I said there's not enough light in the environment. And then depending on short throws, I thought I said short throw demonstration is easy. It's nothing. Your projector is literally sitting right on top of the wall. How hard can that be? Really? A long throw, on the other hand, is more of a challenge, because now I got a distance throw. I got tons of light in the environment. That means that projector is going to have to fight. The lumen count is going to fight to make contact with the screen. The screen is going to be dark. It's going to have to pick up the image and be able to project it back at you. Yeah, it's much more of a challenge. But short throw, please, that's easy. It's nothing. The same thing they could do, we could do with no problem. Mind, this is an old screen paint. This is a 7. We got 21s now. I did it downstairs on my basement on a black Phantom. No, sorry, we got Phoenix downstairs in the basement. My bad. Light here, we got light there, right there on top of the screen. We got light here. The entire ceiling is filled with lights. And you see the environment they were in? It was dark. Dark environment. Can't have any light in the environment because they're afraid the screen's going to wash out. Ultra short though, because basically they're going to be able to pick up a much better, sharper, and brighter image because the projector has a less of a distance throw. Now, also to a message, the other one who called himself making our products. This is when he had a habit of trying to make our products. From now on, if you ever come out of your mouth to make a statement that you can make my product, I'm going to challenge you to make my product. I'm going to challenge you to make my product, but I want you to post the ingredients so we can make it and put it against our own screen. And we'll do it live. And that's for anybody. I'll embarrass you on YouTube really bad. You don't want to go to that level. Trust me. We will embarrass you. But please, we'll give you the option. Make it, because I can throw black paint against my product. Doesn't even match. But we'll give you the option. Look at that. See? Done these already. We've done these demonstrations. This is way back. This was when we had a 7. Been there and done these already. Oh, I missed that freaking screen. I had a 126-inch motorized screen. I missed that screen so freaking much. Boy, I'm telling you, I never sold that screen. That was the last thing I should have did, was sell that screen. Now I can't get one. It was tension too. It was 126-inch tension. Can't get them anymore. That ain't gonna happen. They're too expensive now, especially with COVID. That's like the art of trying to get yourself a NVIDIA graphic card. Good luck. You ain't getting one of those anytime soon. Not for that price. I was trying to get a Titan. Oh, come on. We all know that's a fake one. I hate it when they do these fake thumbnails. Come on. Are you serious? This is a white screen, all right? There is no way in the world that you're ever getting that image off a white screen in that time of the day. Not going to happen. Speaking of white and fadable screens, let me explain something to you. Light gray screen paint mixes, number one, don't do well outside. They do really, really bad outside. You paint that on your inflatable screen, you're going to find out the hard way. Which I'm going to buy one, paint one, and we're going to stick it outside, and I'm going to show you exactly what's going to happen. It's the same equivalence to a white screen. Has the same thing. Yeah, you'll be firing up that projector at 9 and 10 o'clock. Like, wait a minute, I know you got to go to work the next day, but I need you to stay here for a minute. We're going to watch the movie. Yeah, your screen will get crushed. You don't want to go down that road, but you'll find out. All right, this is not going to happen. I'm going to look at this video, but this is not going to happen. It's not the size. Keep in mind, at the end of the day, I couldn't care less if you do 500, 600 inch screen. Your product doesn't work at all, period. We know, we made it, tested it. Doesn't work. You're not going to be able to pull up on the screen. You're going to have to wait until late at night to do that demonstration, and it's still going to look bad. Because I guarantee you that 290 with that 94-inch 235.1 downstairs would blow out any demonstration being done. And I could fire that screen up at 551 on a 720p projector. 551, I could watch a movie. All right, so right here, this is what I'm seeing right here. See how close the projector is to the screen? It's really close. I would never have it next to the pool, but to each his own, especially if you got dogs. Dogs don't know any better, but they will jump at something, but I wouldn't have it that close. Sparky's in the next room. All right, so let's look at the screen. We're showing it's daytime outside. There we go. That is, look how close the projector is to the screen. Not even that far. It's good. It's too close. Well, he got the pool there. I guess he got it from there, but yeah, this is how close he has to have it in order to pick up. Our projectors sit back 21 feet. So a light gray screen paint is going to have the exact same reaction. The lighter the screen, the less contrast you're going to have is going to react the same way as a white screen. If you do a white screen outside, it's going to have even worse reaction. You're going to get a much better image if you are using a gray screen paint. Yes, better than the white screen, but still on at the end of the day, it is going to be Suckville, USA. Now, let's see. Let's go over at nighttime. No, not nighttime yet. Let me see. Where he's at. Why did he post that image of that thumbnail, that big screen? Yeah, that's not good. You shouldn't do that. That's baiting. You should never do that. I like how they keep zooming in on the projector. Why are you zooming on the projector? This particular point, show the projector one time, you're pretty much done, because that looks really, really bad. Let me go here. I should look at some demonstrations on outdoor projection screens next. I wonder what he has. What's this projector he's using? Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Keep in mind, most of these people have white screens. They're not expecting for them to pick up at this particular time. Um, they're going to get their best images. It's going to be probably around 8 to 9 to 10. They're going to pick up their best images. He's not stating what projector he has in here. Perhaps curious what his specifications on his projector were, but he doesn't have that in there. BenQ. Okay, BenQ projector. That's the link he put there. So let's see what he has here on his BenQ projector. Oh, let me see. Unboxing BenQ projector 2021. It's a brand new model too. We don't need to be here. We can go to here. Let's go to Projector Central, where I can get some specifications on what projector he was using in the demonstration compared to the projectors we use in our demonstrations. Oh, yes, a lot of research, ain't it? Me, a big cup of tea. This will be me on Sunday, pretty much most of the day. This is what I'm doing, researching their companies to see exactly. I research everything down to their projectors, everything. I want to know what kind of caliber projectors they're using, their demonstrations, what are the main ones that they're using mostly all the time. I watch multiple of their videos. They're using the same projector, something lower, something higher. Oh, yeah, I do my research. You have to. So let's go over here and let's put in. I'm looking up, let's see, here we go. I need to go to Projector Central. What's the specifications for this projector? Okay, let's see, specifications. I'm going to go to, where's projectorcentral.com? There we go. Here we go to right there. It's laser. So this particular projector is using his demonstration. So you guys can see this is where I like to go. It has the price tag for it. It came out April of 2021, which is a brand new projector, the sheer model. It is oh, you got to be freaking kidding me. That's a 5,000 lumen projector that close to a screen? Are you kidding me? An image couldn't come up. That's the reason why I tell you that white screens are trash outside. Do you see the lumen count on that projector? It is 5,500 lumens. 5,500 lumens on a screen that small, probably about 120 inch, that close to the screen at 5,500 lumens, and the image is that bad. 1920 by 1200 WXGA, which is widescreen, and it has the 1920. This is my projectors have the 1610. Yeah, it's widescreen for WXGA right there. But it's 5,000 and it's laser at that. That's 5,000 lumens. Look how close it is to the screen. Now, before we go and pause this for a minute, I'll come out of this. It's a laser. It's a 1080p laser at 5,000 lumens. That's what it's running. So that tells me right from the door, well, the technology we have is going to dominate any white. Outside, our screen dominates everything. Not to brag, but there's no screen going to stand against a black technology outside. Like, seriously, that's going to happen. It's never going to happen. You know, not at the screen size he has here. His screen size here is probably looks about 120 inch right there. Maybe just a pull. And we tested gray screen paints outside. We've been outside. We tested them in the daytime. We tested them outside in the evening. We tested them at night. They still all react the same way. They react just like white screens. The minute that ambient light outside hits it, boop, they turn white. Let's go to, let's see, my videos. Go to the most recent one we just did, outside. This is using my Christie LW. Now, last time I did the projection demonstration on the 180-inch outside, we had a Sony VPL FH36, which did about 1920 by 1200 WXGA projector at 1610 to 16:9, and that projector was at 4,300 lumens at 27 feet from the screen, actually 21 feet from the screen. Those projectors actually project a little bit slightly larger image than the Christie LW401. Now the LW401 is 720p, wasn't even a 1080p projector. It was a 720p projector, what we're going to show you right now, and that projector is at 4,000 lumens at 27 feet away from the screen on a 150-inch, projecting outside at 551. The other screen that we had, which was, I think it was in 12, the 12 under the Sony FH36 at 1080p was projecting at 657. Which means the Phoenix is actually much more powerful when it comes to gain-wise than the 12, because the 12 had to pull up at 657, where the Phoenix could do it at 4,000 lumens, 27 feet at a farther distance, and it could do it at an easy 551. There's a projector right there. There's the screen. There you go. Back it up. What time is it?
5:50 p.m.
5:50. Let's check that again. Alexa, what time is it?
The time is 5:51 p.m.
5:51. That screen pulled up at 27 feet. That's a Phoenix. Pulled up at 21 feet back, or 27, because I was trying to, if I got past the logs, I would get the full 30 in the yard. So 27 feet away from the screen, 4,000 lumens, 720p. The other projector that I had with the 180-inch was 21 feet at 1080p at 43. And you're talking about a 5,500 lumen projector, a laser at that, and you're talking about you're sitting that close to the screen at 120 inches, and I can do this at 150 at 27 feet back. That's what I said. To me, I'm sorry, but I hate to say this, but the industry is a joke. It is. It's a joke to me. It is. They don't, the demonstrations, man, I watched tons and tons of the demonstration, and it's the same thing over and over and over again. They were showing with white screens, you can expect it. But come on, the Yardmaster, are you kidding me? We tested that thing. That thing is I'm sorry, Lee, but that screen doesn't push anything. I'll put a Yardmaster against that screen right now outside. It's not picking up jack. Not against that thing. And mind you, this is the screen claimed by the other one who claimed to be a professional in the field, who claimed that the Phantom was so dark you couldn't see it. So how is it possible that a screen that's supposed to be so dark, tested in your apartment, that was supposed to be so dark you can't see it, you can't see it inside, but this screen's being displayed outside at 27 feet back on a 150-inch screen, and it's pulling up with no problem whatsoever? I wonder what would cause that effect. That's why I said people who do dumb stuff, it comes back to bite them in the face. So how is it possible? How is it possible that you tested a product, a Phoenix, you claim that you can't see the image inside the house? We're outside at 551 on a pullback of 27 feet, and that screen's pulling up. I wonder. It's interesting how things magically pop up in his environment. They don't work. Automatic, when something pops up in this environment, they don't work well. I even have a customer right now that's displayed on my main page. When you come on my main page, you can watch your customer with a 19. in his house, showing all the lights on. But I'm interested about that theory right there. That's why we sat there and said, well, if you know how our products are made, make it. Make it, post the ingredients, and we'll post it. We'll make the ingredients, we'll put it against the screen, we'll do it live, see if it matches. I'm really surprised, 100, that the Fire Stick pulled up outside. You see how far away I am from my house right now? And the Fire Stick pulled up. The PS5, PS4 said PS4, wish I could get a PS5, but the PS4 will pick up out there. Certain other things won't pick up, which I don't know. The cell phone has crazy issues out there. But I did figure out something. I did a live demonstration outside for Facebook. It picked up perfectly. It was crystal clear, no problems, no disruption. I had to turn the Wi-Fi off to do it. So that's what I'm gonna do. When I go outside, I'm just gonna use my Horizon. So that's me displaying an OLED demonstration outside. That's why I said there's no gray screen paint product that you could possibly think of right now that I could tell you right now that could do that. Not one. Not one. Show me one great product right now that you can tell me right now that can compete with that Phoenix outside at 551. I'll make that a personal challenge to anyone who has a gray screen. Give me the same demonstration. At 27 feet back, produce that image right there. I just want to sit there and tell you at the end of the day, to you naysayers, not my customers, I love you so much, but you naysayers out there want to run your mouth about, oh, great technology, this and that. No, it's outdated. It is outdated. Prehistoric. A dinosaur should be somewhere displayed at a museum somewhere. It's outdated. You have paid for an outdated product. And you know why you paid for an outdated product? Because the very same person who was against black screens is trying his hardest to try to make one. Not doing a good job at it, missing a ton of freaking tests. But if I decided today to do a side-by-side challenge test against that screen, it won't pass it. So again, the very person who you defended and backed up is now trying to become what we are now. Trying to make a black screen. That should tell you something right there. I've been telling you for the longest time this stuff is old and outdated. I showed you dates that dated back way back to 7 years ago, 9 years, 8 years ago. The product is old. Y'all understand by it. Now you're dealing with the same individual who you backed up is now trying to make a black screen paint. How does that feel? I don't even know how that works. So how do you slander? How do you slander a screen? Yes, Starfield at 551 outside. Mind you, my projector has a 4000:1 contrast ratio. But anyway, how do you do that? How do you slander black screens now that you're trying to make a black screen? How does that work? That is now off topic. That has got to be a multi-personality dysfunction disorder. It has to be, because one party like saying, "No, we hate the black screens. We hate them." They're like, "No, we must go to that side. Let's go to the dark side. The black screens are much better." Like, no, they're this. You proved that yourself when you did the demonstration. When you put that, it's not black. You put that gray, dark mix against the Cinemax. You saw the advancements when that gray mix produced better contrast, better color. White levels were but then again, the reason why you have that problem with your white levels is because you never tested your screen on white levels. That's why you don't know where your white levels are going to lay to begin with, because you never did the test. If you've done the test and you learn how to fix that mess and make it better than what it is, which is going to take some time, which means you're not going to have that on your website the next day or next week. It's going to take a couple months for you to master that. Then you pretty much would have something there. But as you can see in the demonstration, it's a much better improvement than the Cinemax in a fully lit environment. Then when you went back to the Cinemax, he did another demonstration in a completely dark environment using the ultra short throw projector, which is the most powerful machine he has, and doing the demonstration again. But again, you already messed up because you just did that demonstration in a fully lit environment. with a different projector, showing you that the darker screens are more advanced. As I said before, dark technology is the future, and that stuff is old. He pretty much proved my own point by just doing it. There you go, look at that. Isn't that beautiful? No light screen or even a gray screen is not going to match the Phantom or the Phoenix. Because as I said before, that technology was tested on white levels against white screen, so we know where white levels lay. And you can't develop a black screen until you do the black paint test. Because at the end of the day, anyone can say, oh, your product's nothing but black paint. I could do that myself. You're going to have to do that. There's a ton of tests you're going to have to do. Well, you got to do that at 1,000 lumens. You know you have to do that test at 1,000 lumens? You have to do that because you can't use a high-end projector, because then people will say, you got to get in the mind of the consumer now. The consumer can easily say, well, that's a 4,000 lumen projector. Of course the white levels came up high. That's why you got to drop it to 1,000. Just like when you guys say that, oh yeah, any screen can pull a contrast level. Yeah, but guess what? We can see snow because our white levels were tested. See that? That's a screen pulling up a snow level at a 190-degree viewing angle. If the screen couldn't generate enough light, keep in mind you're talking about a jet black surface. It's going to have to be to see white light at 27 feet back at 4,000 lumens. It's no longer 4,000 lumens by the time it reaches 27,000. Come on, look at the light we have in the environment. There's nowhere in the world that projector is maintaining a 4,000 lumen hit and then making contact with the screen at 4,000 lumens. No, it's way less than that, because we have 10 times more ambient light than we have outside than we have inside. Meters don't pick up out there. And that screen's still maintaining a white level with no problem. That's how amazing Phantoms are. So of course people have to fake demonstrations against Phantoms because they're terrified of them. I would be too. But in order to get the real deal, you have to have the real Phoenix, which means you have to display your labels, which we always do. And because a label was never displayed, well, we don't know what was in the product. It could have been black paint, which is kind of interesting, because now when I look at your product, I think it's just either just dark black paint or dark gray paint. So that's why you have to do the demonstrations now. Isn't that interesting? The same stuff that you ridiculed us with, now we just flipped it around, whoop, and now we're throwing it back at you. So at the end of the day, again, we haven't seen any demonstrations on black paint. You have to do a pour out comparison, which means both your screens have to be poured out. You have to show each blot. This is black paint, this is black paint, and they have to look exactly the same. And now you have to do is do your white levels, no contrast, no color, strictly white levels. And the first white level you have to do is an all white screensaver. Now, as I said before, the reason why I know this is never going to be done, because that was the first thing we requested him to do right from the door, which he did not do. In his demonstration, he had two screen paints, one called Simple Black and another one called Jet Black Fusion. I don't know what the heck was going on. That's the most confusing demonstration I've ever seen, because I saw one screen that was gray, one screen literally that was actually black, and some gray little piece over here. I don't know what that was. That was the most insane thing I've ever seen. I don't know what you were trying to convince people to see, but just was not working. So the black screen literally was actually literally black, but the other screen, if this is supposed to be your other screen paint, if that's supposed to be the simple black, it's not even black. That thing is actually gray. Actually, the UV mix is darker than that particular product right there, actually darker. So when I went downstairs to grab the UV mix to do the comparison, the video disappeared, deleted the video. You do know we have a stream of you deleting the video. So he went back and he put the video back in, which is good because it gives me a chance to analyze the video. So what I saw in the video, the screen over here was really, really dirty. It wasn't picking up any white levels. It was very dark, very dirty. The screen on this side, of course, is picking up much higher white levels on this side, but the contrast levels was poor. But that's due to the fact that this screen physically wasn't black. It was actually a kind of a gray. And it wasn't the same gray as the UV, because the UV is much darker than that. The screen over in the corner was actually gray. So I don't know what that was all about. The demonstration that he was supposed to do was supposed to show his product versus black paint, actual black paint. I have no idea where you jump springboard from using two of your somewhat black screen paints Isn't that sound kind of weird? I'm talking to a fellow who basically hated black screen paints. I'm talking about black screen paints to this fellow. Is that weird or what? But anyway, I just found it kind of weird that in the demonstration that you didn't add it. What was the black paint? So no black paint was ever added in the demonstration at all. Nowhere to be found. No black paint at all. Which means he hasn't done the demonstration yet. He did a second demonstration. You try to put in Spanish. My friend, again, all my friends, majority, most of them, Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, Mexicans. I dated Dominican for 5 years. I know what black is in Spanish. I can read some Spanish. All right. So at the end of the day, no, that's not a black screen. You're trying to claim this a black screen. It's not a black screen at all, period. Your screen is coming up discolored, which means in one section it looks black and another section is discolored to gray. Black screens are black regardless. It's black. No matter how you look at it from the left or the right, they're black. So in that demonstration, again, no side-by-side demonstration with black paint. Second demonstration. Third demonstration, again, no side-by-side with black paint. So that automatically, if you didn't do it the first time and if you didn't do it the second time, clearly shows that your product is black paint. That's what it is, because you have nothing to back it up. It's not doing a black on black demonstration. Look at this right here. Let's make it snow. These are fun in the wintertime, in the summertime. So that's how I know it's black paint. So it's interesting. This is the same person who accused me of basically my product being black paint, when now you're trying to make a black screen and we're asking you to do your test against black paint and you're refusing to do it. So you thought you were going to make a black screen that fast? So they would look, I can do the same thing too. Nobody. No. Oh, by the way, check this out real quick. See the bottom trim of my screen? See how it remains black at all times? See how it's black? It all remains black at all times. No matter what, this screen will remain black at all times. That's one of the first signs I picked up when I saw the demonstration outside. The star field came up gray. Star fields don't come up gray on black screens. You can have the most crappiest projector in the world, and your black levels are not going to come up gray. They're going to come up black. See? Come on. I'm an expert in the field of black technology. If anyone's going to see something that I would see it. Black screens do not produce a gray level. Nowhere at all, period. It comes up 100% black. That's the equivalent of you going out and driving a black car and you go out at nighttime and it's black. You go out in the daytime, it's gray. No, it's black. No matter where you have that car, it's black. Just like this TV set here, no matter what. Anything I have in here, my couch, my sofa, anything that's black, always remains black no matter what. If a surface comes up with a tint of a kind of an ashy look to it, that means it's not 100% black. That means there's something in there that's not giving it the full fusion of black. See? And we're outside, right? Mind you, he did the demonstration outside. I'm 27 feet away from the screen at 150 inches at 5:51 in the afternoon. If it's black, it's going to show black. Your screen came up gray. That is not a good sign. See? Screen is not supposed to produce gray, it's supposed to produce black. You know, I can broadcast your video outside right there on that screen of you doing that demonstration on my screen while we're outside, easily. If I wanted to go down that route. I want to be petty like that. But I'm not petty like that. If I wanted to, I could broadcast your video of you displaying that screen outside on my screen. If I wanted to. But I'm not going to do that. That'll be petty. All right. So just showing you what the real deal is supposed to look like. Oh, this is fun right here. I'm going to do this in the winter time. We're going to be outside in the winter on the screen. I'm building the outer box for my projector so I can take it outside in the winter time. But getting back to the other company, the other people, yeah, 5,000 lumens. Come on, that's 5,500 lumens, and you can't pick up. That's why I said white screens are a waste of your time outside. Gray screen paint mixes are a waste of your time outside. they're not going to work. They're going to be just about, if it's a gray screen paint mix, it's going to be the same equivalence to a white screen. But no, Ken, you're wrong. You're definitely wrong. A white screen can pick up an image in color perfectly at nighttime, especially if it's dark outside. Really, you want to go with that theory? All right, I've done tons of those. I'm not, keep my customers, I'm not basically doing your voice. This is my naysayers that constantly do this nonsense all the time. This is the voice I narrate for them. I'm gonna get myself a puppet one day. So let me show you. This is a Black Phoenix outside at nighttime. This is the screen being displayed at 235.1, which I figured out now that at 235.1, the projector that I have, I'm going to have to get me a short throw 235.1 to fill out the entire screen because the screen is too big. It's a big, big screen. So at 235.1, I am going to have to get a short throw because my screen comes in at 100, I think 198 or 194 and 235.1. If I do 16.9 to 16.10, I can do 250-inch screens back to back. And another thing too, if you're going to be using statements like calling yourself a company, you should have access to massive size screens, especially if you're basically working with venue projectors. The minute you start peeping over into venue projectors, your screen sizes start changing quickly and rapidly. I mean, you could do 126-inch on a whatchamacallit, but your main screens are going to have to be huge. My screen in the back, which uses a Christie projector, comes in at 150 inches. My screen on the wall next to it comes in at 155, because these are usually what people are going to be using on these larger projectors, even larger than that. Outside, we have another one at 135. Outside in the backyard, we have now the new screen. We had 150-inch, but now we have two back-to-back. I had to measure that screen out. We got two back-to-backs at 150 each, and then linked together, we come in at 100, about 198, 235.1. That's what that screen looks like outside at nighttime, like a plasma TV. And that's on 720p. We're still in 720p. We haven't switched over to 4K yet. We're not using 4K. We're not using any of that 1080p. 720p is all I need. That projector cost me $270. That's all I needed to do the job. There's your gray screen paint mix outside. Not his, ours. We don't do tests on his products anymore. We made that agreement. That is the Digital One Crystal Screen Paint, made the exact same way, except for instead of using just black and white paint, as we did in the demonstration where we made the product, all three of them, we made ours differently. We made ours with silver. So we put silver, gold paint, gold glitter into it, and we put the same black and white combination. We put we put 6 tablespoons of black into a quart of white paint, and I think 4 tablespoons of silver, and 2 1/4 of glitter. That's what we made ours. When we made his product, it was basically to get the ingredients for the metallic mix 2.0. That was 10 tablespoons into a quart. To get the personal mix, that was 4 tablespoons of black into a quart. To get the UV mix was reversal, which instead we have in a white base, we have a black base, and we put a black base, which would be 1 quart of black, and we put 5 tablespoons, I think it was 5 tablespoons or 6 tablespoons, 6 or 5 tablespoons of white to convert it over to a UV. And like I said, in the end of the day, it wasn't to basically make the product, it was to see how close we could come. So when we do these demonstrations with black on black demonstrations, we take black fabric and paint and all that stuff like that. We need to see how close somebody could come to matching one of the screens. That's what that's for. If we're doing a gray product, a gray screen paint product, then we're going to put that against bare silver screen. We're going to put that against primer, other different forms of gray paints, make a couple of them ourselves to see how close someone can come to matching one of the products. So that's what we do. This is something he was supposed to do in the demonstration. He did one demonstration, but it was with bare silver screen. But as I said before, it was so much of a fail because, as I said before, you had to be a finger's distance from the screen in order to tell the difference between the two. If someone had sat back 13 feet or 14 feet or even 12 feet, even 11 feet, even 10 feet, they wouldn't be able to see the difference in the screen. That's why you have to show it between a night and day difference. Like this right here, for instance, we're outside in the dark at 27 feet back on a 4,000 lumen projector, and you can see the difference between the gray screen paint and the black at 27 feet back. But if that was bare silver screen on next to this screen right here under the digital one, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference from one from another. There you go. That's what I mean by it. So no, that was a definite failed demonstration right there altogether. So that just showed at the end of the day, when I saw that demonstration, that heck, if anybody had went in and dropped maybe 3 or 4 tablespoons of black paint into the bare silver screen, they would have matched your screen perfectly. That's all it would have taken to do it. And that's what happened on camera. We didn't do bare silver screen. I took the cheapest white paint I can get from Sherwin-Williams and some black paint, and we basically did it from there. That's it. And from a gallon of Sherwin-Williams, which cost me around $23 and $17 for the black paint, equals up to $40, I was able to make 3 of your products out of 1 gallon. 3 of them. But which it cost the consumers $107 a pop for each one per quart. And I was able to get that out of a gallon easily. And still got paint left over if I decide. But as I said before, we're not making anything else. There's no point in making anything else at all, period. Did all that on live, showed you how easy it was. And like I said, the intentions wasn't to make your product, but to see how close we could come to making it. That's why when we test the Phantom out, we do those demonstrations, we take all those different black materials and throw it against the screen, because at the end of the day, if this product ever ends up down there in Vivistorm, they're going to test it. They're going to throw stuff in like, okay, well, maybe it's black paint, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. They're going to come up with all kinds of interesting ideas to try to figure out what it is. There they are. Even if we have an NDA, even if we have a ton of lawyers involved in it, hey, look, you tamper with this touch, blah, 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 anything that comes up close to anything that's in its ingredients and blah, 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 we'll see you in court, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, at the end of the day, they're still going to try to figure out what's in it. So, yeah, that's the way I see it, like that. There you go. Here's your blue levels. That's where your blue levels come in at. They don't even pick up. This is at nighttime. I think we're not even at 5:51. We were outside. I think I did this demonstration. I was outside like I think 9 o'clock at night, because I couldn't play the speakers loud because I didn't want to be disrespectful to my neighbors. So we're at 9 o'clock at night. So at 9 o'clock at night, usually it's when when these gray screen paints and white screens start firing up. This is what you're picking up. I want to get back outside, man. Man, the day I don't build the screen, I mean, I said it's up to my Lord and Savior. It's his, whatever he does. But the day I don't build the screen, it's like every day, sunny, 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 sunny. The day I put the screen in the mouth, I don't want to get out. Oh, I got to go to Home Depot today, too. I got to build the frame today for the screen. I forgot about that. So we done today. Finish the frame. Ooh, got to get measurements. But yeah, the day I built the screen, it rains for the next 4 days, a couple of days. I got a couple good days. I'd be peeking out the window like, I want to get outside today. I'm trying to see if I can get outside today. If I can get outside today, I can finish my frame, because there's a frame going around this screen to make it look more presentable. But I want to get outside to play with the screen, man. At 5:51, I can be outside doing some gaming. I'm doing that in the wintertime, the burning fireplace. Oh, and what about those white levels, Ken? What about them white levels? Boom, there you go. So imagine at 5:51, seeing this screen in my driveway, right? I'm gonna have a little stand out there, because people in my neighborhood are very, very respectful. Put a little stand out there and put my business cards in there. That's all I got to do. I ain't got to be near anybody at all, period. I can talk to them from 6 feet away. They don't even walk in my driveway. My screen's displayed right there. Now, I've never did this before, but in my neighborhood, everybody's got backyards. And the guy who did my yard, he saw the screen. He's like, good gracious. He was like, This is what you watch. Oh, I said, we're going to be bigger than this when we get done. We said, well, you need to be handing out some business cards because everybody up and down this strip over here has those white screens. They don't pull up. Got to wait till nighttime, so and so and so. So, you know, I'm talking to him. I'm sending him videos right to his phone. The fact that they can pick up and entertain. He entertains a lot of people over there. I mean, he shouldn't, but he does. He entertains a lot of people over there. So he's going to basically, I'm going to be doing a lot of business in the neighborhood, showing off my screens. Let's see. All right, let's go back over here. The green screen. Do you love the green screen? The green screen is beautiful. I love that screen, but no, it will never ever end. We're done. We're not making any more products. That's gonna be for contracts. I was talking to some of the people last night on the contracts we're doing right now, on what their plans are, what they're gonna be doing, how they're gonna be doing this and how they're gonna be doing that. And it's gonna be quite nice. It's gonna be quite nice. All right, I'm getting out of my section right here. I'm gonna go back over here and I'm gonna look at the oh, this is what we were looking at. This is what we're looking at right here. That, right, this is what I'll explain to you. This makes no sense whatsoever. No sense whatsoever. What is that? I'm not trying to be rude or disrespectful, but this is supposed to be, you figure it out for yourself. This is supposed to be jet black fusion versus simple black. Where's the other black screen at in here? Where's the, tell me where you see another black screen besides this one right here. You tell me where. Tell me where you see another black screen, honestly. I'm pretty sure we all know what the color black looks like. Where do you see another black screen at? Is there supposed to be two black? I only see one black screen, and that's this one right here. So where's the other one at? Because that's definitely not black. My mouse is darker than that. My dirty keyboard, my keyboard's pretty dirty, is darker than that. The back of my remote controls for my LED lights is darker than that. So how, in the speakers, I don't even need that comparison. The speakers that he has here in the environment are darker. It's black. That's black. That's black. That's a black bag right there. None of that is matching this. So where is this black? Where's the other black screen at? And I know this is definitely not black. That's gray. So I hope this is not supposed to be a jet black fusion because that's nowhere near black. And this is the only screen that is black. This screen was never tested on white levels. Never, ever tested on white levels, right there. We're off topic right now. You all know that. This was never tested on white levels. I can tell because there are huge issues that are popping up on the screen when it comes to white levels. That's never, ever supposed to be that dark. So there's problems there right there. That's the first sign I'm seeing it, there's problems. Right there, look how dark the plate's coming in, the donut. There is no, just no form of white levels ever tested on that. And that's not good at all. It should never be that dark. And if this is supposed to be the jet black fusion, well, this screen, it doesn't even count because this screen right here is not black. It's not even physically black. So if you were to pour out black paint side by side to this screen, the black paint would come up black. This would come up gray. So this wouldn't even match the black paint. So now at the end of the day, this is actually gray. That's not black. I'm sorry, people. I don't know if you can see it or not. I don't know, but that's not black. This was physically black right there. But the problem we have with that screen right there is it's not pulling up the white levels correctly. White levels are coming up really, really poor. You have to do a better job than that, a way better job. One screen is producing too heavy of a white level. The second screen is not even producing any form of contrast, and a phantom would destroy this, would destroy both of this. Number one, a phantom can pull high enough white level to actually knock this screen out and turn it dark, and it could actually produce a contrast level in color that would blow this screen out of the water with no problem. No, buddy, I'm sorry, but you failed on that one horribly. That is not even, look how dirty the image looks. That's really, really dirty considered to this nest. That's really, really dirty. And this right here is not even black. I don't know how in the world you consider that to be passable. That's horrible. That should never be that dirty. Next to a screen, especially the screen's gray. The screen's gray right in here. So this should be blended into this. Because if we're doing 18 certified screens, keep in mind, in the 18 certifieds we do, half of those screens are either light gray or mid gray. The only two dark gray screens we have in there, which is the Dark Star 9, we get the Infinity DMP Supernova, we have the Dark Star 9, and we have the Parallax. I'm butchered that name so many times, I don't say that right. Those are the three darkest screens we have. And we could blend right into that screen without having this effect. So that shows at the end of the day, your white levels were never tested on this product. And there is a high possibility that this is just black paint with a little bit of white paint in it. Because it's giving off that same reaction that the UVs do. UVs do the exact same, have the same ID. This is, if he's trying to claim this as being his product, as being a black product, this is not even black. This is physically a gray. Actually, the UV mix is darker than that. UV mix is it's much darker than that. Now, you can take this any way you want, buddy, but at the end of the day, I'm an expert in this field, and I guess I specialize in black technology. So yeah, I'm going to be looking over your products very, very, very carefully to show exactly where you are missing a ton of test demonstrations. And I guarantee at the end of the day, if we ever get this product down here, that Phantom would crush it with no problem. You can give me both of them. I'll do both of them. I promise I won't make them. You have my word on that one. I won't make them. But I will basically show you where you're making a ton of mistakes. This better not be on your website. This should not be on your website at all, period. There's not enough testing done. That is really bad. Red levels are coming up really dirty. Oh my goodness. Look at the white levels here. That's real bad. Look how dark. See, I told you, this is why you have to test your products on a white surface first, next to white surface, because like I said, a white surface is going to produce a higher white level. If you're doing this on gray, gray is going to produce a much lower white level, which means you have a better chance of showing a decent white level. But if you do this ever against a white screen or the white comes up, it is going to come out really dirty. And you're doing this against a gray screen. Imagine if you did this with a white level, and the white levels are going to be much higher than this, which is going to make this look much darker. That is really, 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 really disturbing right there. Oh, yeah, that's really dirty. I don't know why you consider this passable. How is this even passable? Look at that. How is that even black? Yeah, that's bad. That's a really bad demonstration. Mind you, this is a demonstration that we told him that he had to do a side-by-side next to black paint. There is no black paint anywhere in this area. Number one, if you put black paint in here, it would have probably did better than this. It may have done better than this. It could have done better than this, or it would have matched perfectly. It would have basically been able to produce a higher contrast in this screen right here with no problem whatsoever. Being a black paint would have had no problem with basically being able to produce better than this right here. White levels would have came out higher on this one because it's a much brighter mix right here, but the screen would have destroyed it in contrast with no problem, and maybe in color. I don't know what is going on with this right here. It looks like the exact same paint you try to use to make our product look bad. That's what it looks like, how dirty that's coming up. Yeah, it's bad. That's not good, man. That's really, really, really bad. Yeah, I'm sorry, buddy, but that's a really bad failed attempt. Let's go to here. Hmm. See, this is what you have to be able to do. This is what you have to be able to back up. I'm trying to help him out. If you're going to do a decent black screen, this is what you're going to have to be to do. You see the difference? That is my black phantom right here. See that? See how high the white level is? This right here is black paint. This right here is gray screen paint. This gray screen paint is lighter than the gray screen paint that you had in your demonstration, much lighter. So my white levels are literally so high that my screen produces a high enough white level, not to match, but to be able to produce an amazing image next to a light gray screen paint product and outperform black paint at the same time. That's what you're going to have to be to do at the end of the day. You have to show a black paint demonstration. And if your product is as light as I think it is, what it looks like, then at the end of the day, you're not matching black paint. See right there? That's a black paint test. That's my paint right here, side by side the black paint. I even did when I painted one on the screen. I did one when I wrote my name into the screen. Yeah, you got to do stuff like that. That's what you're going to have to do. Because if you can't back it up, then guess what? At the end of the day, your stuff is going to be labeled as black paint. Just like when I showed you the demonstration of the black screen outside, showing the Starfield demonstration. Your screen came up gray outside. Black screens don't come up gray outside. Black screens remain black no matter what. But let's move on from there. I got to get back to this whole Vivid Storm thing. I got to decide what I'm going to do today. I'm probably going to shoot them another email requesting, I don't know, requesting, did they have anything else? Did they have something? I might have requested they got anything darker. We're going to make sure we test everything. But that's what I got from out of these sample sheets. And I got the sample sheets. If he's interested, you can get the sample sheets over at Amazon for $20. You can get $20 over there. That's where he's going to have to go. Best outdoor projection screen. That's not the best, man. That's not the best. That's really, really bad. 5,500 lumens laser projector. You're on a 120-inch screen. You're sitting right on top of the screen, and that's the best. See? No, it's not the best outdoor projection. I'm not trying to be rude, but I would crush your screen. I mean, literally crush. That wouldn't be to keep up what we got over here. You're too close to your screen. Let me see. The inflatable screens. Ugh. Two things. I like inflatable screens. I've done a few inflatable screens, but there's some issues on those screens. I mean, one of the things is you constantly have to keep them tethered down because if any wind hits those things, they can turn into potential sails. So you have to be to keep these things mounted down. They constantly have to be under power all the time. Now, the one I have, I like it and all. I do. I tested that one out. It's a nice size and all, but they do require power constantly all the time. And God forbid if something rips a hole in it, well, that is your end of your screen if you can figure a way how to patch it. I bet you Sparky would look at that like that is the biggest toy I've ever seen in my life. And Sparky will probably jack up your screen. But then the day, like I said, it's the wind problem. I love them, but it's the wind issue. You have to have those things tethered down. I have no idea. I have a 120 inch, and I got that thing tethered in to my whatchamacallit. I got it tethered in pretty good to my balcony upstairs on my deck. If I'm doing it down below, I don't trust the spikes. I'm gonna drop some sandbags in there regardless, but still, I'm gonna do another one outside. I'm gonna do an inflatable outside when we get a chance. I'm gonna do this one all black. I'm getting another one. I'm gonna do one black and one white and one with screen paint. So you can see exactly what happens. Ooh, that is freaking cool. I like that. I need that in my front yard. That's a cool Christmas tree light up. But I'm looking at the inflatable screens. They never show these things on until it gets dark. Hold on, I'm gonna pop in and look at this real quick. But I like them because it's fast and easy to set up. It's not something where I have to build, which is pretty cool at the end of the day. So I do like that right there. It's just the fact that if wind hits some boy, them things turn into potential sails. Yeah, see, these are the blowers I don't like. I don't like these blowers right here. Let me bring this down so you can see this. I don't like these blowers right here. I got two of these downstairs. I hate these things so much. I don't like them. I like the ones that are built in. These things are noisy as I don't know what. But then again, since you're going to have the system up and the sound and all that stuff like that, that's pretty good. But I like the ones that are built in. The one I got is actually nice and quiet. But I've done this one too, and two of these. So I blow the screen up. There's the screen right there. There's the projector right there. That's a good idea for a strap. That's a bad idea. But you kids knock it over. Yeah. Well, he's got it on grass. He's good. I dropped one on concrete and broke it. All right, so that's all set up. Are we going to show the projector on? Want to light it up? No. No light up. Okay, cool. He's doing an inflate and deflate. One of the things too, you got to make sure you roll them up nicely, because if not, if those things get twisted as you're rolling them up, oh, it's a nightmare. You blow it up, it'll be twisted on one section. This side will be blowing up, this side will be deflated. Yeah, but other than that, I do like them. It's just that wind thing. Oh, wind thing. Anybody blowing one of these up? I want this one over here. You got outdoor, indoor, driveway, yard, whatever. What do you got? Nice little setup. Got speakers and everything out there. Oh, yeah, nice little setup. Let's see what's going on. He's got the screen. Hold on, sorry about that. I'm just checking out his setup. Got nice speakers. Oh, I like how he's got that set up right there. I'm always trying to get a better sound system outside. Nice backyard. Nice grass, too. It don't take long to inflate, and they inflate really fast. Real nice. He's got rear. He's using rear projection. That's what he's using. That's why everything's set up in the back. But still, you're going to be filtering through that white screen. That thing's going to come out so washed out. We have to figure out. That's what we're working on right now. So the invisible phantom, because it's rear projection, if it does work the way I think it should, we should be able to basically be able to work with screens that are rear projection, turn it on black and rear projection. But right now, we can only use front projection for what we're using right now. We should have something pretty soon that will allow us to turn a rear projection to a black OLED. You know how cool that would look? Oh, I gotta do one of those in the backyard. Definitely have to do one of those in the backyard. We gotta do some tests first before we go down that road. Let me see. I want to look at, all right, so we know this is no competition for our company at all, because like I said, we have black screens now. I can do this no problem. I'm curious. I want to see Elite, Dark Star 9, Ultra Short Throw, Ceiling and Light Rejection. We have that here. We literally have that sample sheet right downstairs right now. This is what I found interesting. So this is the Elite screens, and their new, this is supposed to be their new ambient light rejection screens. Not saying much, let you be the judge of this. This is supposed to be the new ambient light rejection screens. I like to analyze videos. So notice the hallway. Look at the hallway. Look how much light we have in the hallway. Watch when the camera enters into the room. Light in the hallway right there, right? Room is dark. So right here, we have a light here, right over here. The condensed lighting is actually behind the back of the screen right here. There is some lighting here. There's no lighting in front of the screen at all. There's a ultra short throw projector here. There's another ultra short throw projector there. I mean, come on, look at the size of that screen right there. Of course, the image is going to be brighter and sharper. You got an ultra short throw projector that close. I bet you that's the one with the less amount of lumens right there. I guarantee you. All right. The light here is definitely not going to be affecting the screen because it's literally behind the back of the screen. So it's going to hit here and here. That's basically about it. It's not even going to touch this over here at all, period. And like I said, if you look at the top, you can see the condensed lighting. See how it's hitting the wall? Is actually behind the screen, not in front of the screen. It's like playing World's Roto. I guarantee you this light right here is on a dimmer switch. Like we have here in this room right here, that's definitely on a dimmer switch right there. Behind the back of here, window. This is a window right here. Why didn't you stick the screen here, over here, or something? Because this is right here blocking a major window. See where the light's coming out from the window and it's shooting right down here, right there? That's the light that's hitting here, ricocheting and pushing right here. That's how much light that's being blocked. And like I said, they'll stick the nice light, bright demonstrations. What's the point of opening up the window if you have the screen blocking the window? So I told you lights on the dimmer. All this, if that light was fully up, all this would have been well lit here. You just saw light heating here. That's a chandelier right there. So you would have seen light cascading here. You would have seen light cascading here. All this would have been lit. Told you, short throw projector or ultra short throw projector, because the distance throw is going to be much shorter, which means the distance throw is more shorter. That means you're going to lose less lumens. You're going to be able to push up a nice tighter and brighter, sharper image at 106 inches. Also, the screen would have a problem with contrast, and I'll show you why. Something I just saw just a few minutes ago when he walked in front of the screen. I told you to stick to nice bright colors because bright colors would show different, would show better. Watch this. See when he walked in front of the screen? See how the screen faded that fast? That's how much light is hitting the screen. See how it's faded. If any contrast over hits the screen, it's going to fade really, really fast. And it's still right here having some issues there. They keep it on nice bright levels. Where they put any contrast levels on it, the screen would have some issues in here. Here's the window blocking the window, completely blocking the whole entire window right there. We have your sample downstairs too. I test those all day long. Now I don't know what they're trying to display, that this is how black screens display. Oh yeah, buddy, we got your stuff down here. Not only do I have your screen down here, but I have your screen painted on one of your top screens. So I'm using their cheapest screen to take out their top screens all in one hit. We've been there and done that so much. With so much elite stuff, it's not even funny. $899 for this screen right here. That's their business on how much they charge for it. But a Phantom is $338 or $329 and can do a screen size of 150 inches. At that, 140 inches, and that was able to beat and dominate all their screens, including their ultra short throw selection along with it, using one projector. Actually, I'm sorry, we had to use two projectors because we can't do that because that'll falsify the demonstration. But yeah, that's how much it costs. I told you screens were expensive. Let's move on and see what else they got here. Like I said, all bright demonstrations. Where's the color patterns? Where's contrast? Ain't nothing more bright colors. Could y'all make it any more easier? Let me see. Second projector we have here. This is a short throw projector in the demonstration. As I said, lamp is behind here. They have a light here. I'm pretty sure that's on a dimmer. Lights are sit behind the back of the screen. That area is dark. Look at the corners. Let's see what else we got in here. These shows with the white piece of paper at the top. There we go. Anything's going to be the white screen, but I can understand what they're coming from because, like I said, the majority of the people they're going to be dealing with are going to be people with white screens. But that environment should never be that dark. Why is it so dark in there? What's the last one they have? They have this one over here. There we go. That looks like an LG Sunbeam projector right there. And look how close that is to the screen. The reason why I know all this stuff, because when I had the contract under my company and they were setting up showrooms, they were picking out certain high caliber projectors to make the screen look good. That's what they were doing. They were picking out certain projectors that they wanted to use in their demonstrations, not only to show off the projectors, but to use these particular projectors so they would have a less of a failure rate in the environment. I'm not really happy with that demonstration. That demonstration was not really satisfying for me at all, period. Let me see what we got here on this one right here. I've already seen what the storm has. All right, let me see. I want to see some really cool dude. Just out of the way of the camera, please. Oh, are you kidding me? You did this whole demonstration this way? Blah. Why? Yeah, it's the same thing. Every demonstration I go to, it's the same thing. Dark environment, dark environment, dark environment. What's this? Nano Edge. Who makes freaking Nano Edge? I guess we're gonna have to track down Nano Edge. Oh, Eve. Oh, wait. This is whatchamacallit. This is Elite Screen. In the dark. In the dark. All this is in the dark. 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 Reason why it's in the dark, you can tell. Look at the walls right here. This is all in the dark. Did we do anything with the lights on? And that's washed out. Your light there. Yeah, it's washed out. Not a lot of contrast going on at all, period. I'll tell you, it's the same thing. Every demonstration I look at, they always stick to nice, bright, colorful levels. We do black screens, we're displaying white levels constantly, all the time on those screens. Constantly displaying white levels, all the time. Contrast levels, white levels, colors. It's the same thing. This is what I get bored of. I'll be in there like, same thing every freaking video. Ambient light controlled environment. Oh, man. There's one company I got to research. I'm curious if they have that technology. I'm not impressed. I'm just really not impressed. Are you kidding me? This is what you guys have to offer. This is why I'm going through your screen so fast. My goodness. This is the problem. I'll tell you, it's the main problem. Because they do their screens in these ambient light controlled environments and they're using such high-end projectors, the high-end projectors are doing majority of the work of the screen. And then having in an ambient light controlled environment, that cuts down on basically less of colors washing out, contrast washing out. So if I stick you in my environment where we use low-grade projectors and we're using environments that are way over beyond of what you're using, that's why you can't handle the environment with that technology. Oh yeah, this is a cakewalk. We're gonna get more of these emails by the end of the month. We're gonna get more of these emails. Elite screen cinema grade 5D. Oh, we have that here. Let's see if we did this with any light, some decent light in the environment. But of course, okay, we have anything here, anything. Listen, well, I'm just skipping through because I'm just trying. I can't do these dark environments. Look at this. Seriously? Okay, girl, calm down, calm down, calm down. Contrast levels are so washed out. Wow. That is, let me go back a little farther on that right there. I know what it's at. I know exactly what this demonstration is. I've done this many times on demonstration. That is so washed out. That's supposed to be jet black. See? That's supposed to be jet black. That's not supposed to look like this. It's sad. It really is sad that these people literally think they're seeing contrast. It is really sad that they really think they're seeing color. Yeah, but I calibrate the projector. You can calibrate all you want. You're still not picking it up. Get anything in it with more light than this. Let's look at the color of the screen. I have a cinema grade 5D here. We have the actual sample sheet here. That screen can't see color. And Elites, if you ever want to take me down to one of your facilities, you let me know because I will show you where your product can't see color next to a Phantom. I got no problem with doing that either. You long throw, ultra short throw, whatever you want to pick, we'll do it. Yeah, that's not good. That whole entire environment was way too dark. What we got going on here? We got cinema grade 5D. Oh, he's got more light in this environment. This might be a go. Let's see what we got going on here. This is what Mr. Bird does. This is Mr. Bird's pastime. We got a cinema grade 5D. We have that one. Yep, that's one we got downstairs. Let's see what we're getting out of this. Multi-layer, so, la-di-da. Colors are still washed out. That's definitely washed out. Blues are supposed to be much deeper than that. That's completely washed out right there. See that right there? See that tannish look to it right there? That's washed out. This is supposed to be deep, deep blue. And then this is supposed to be light blue. And you're supposed to see heavy contrast all in between here. And all this is supposed to pop out of the screen. That's how it's supposed to look. But Mr. Bird, you know what you're talking? Yeah. Mr. Bird knows what he's talking about. Mr. Bird done this already before, too many times to count. That's never supposed to look like that. And he's doing it against a white screen right there. Yeah, it's going to show an improvement over a white screen. It's definitely going to show an improvement over a white screen. But I guarantee if I had my product right there, I wonder what would happen to your product. Oh, we did that already before. Cinema grade 5D. As a matter of fact, I had to do that test today anyway. I'm a cinema grade 5D. Yeah. Okay, we're done with that. And we're done. Let's move on. Actually, I give them credit. They actually had a lot more light in that environment than some of the other ones I've seen. So that was actually pretty good because I give them that one. I told you, man, if I basically was in charge of basically deciding what screens would certified, it'd be really, it'd be few. It'd be few that would get it. Very few would get it. And then someone may say, what about what's the word for it? I'm trying to think of it right now. I can't think of it off the bat. What I'm thinking about being able to get a certification from there. It would be extremely hard. I was like, well, what about, keep in mind, the whole movie theater experience was basically designed for the dedicated theater room setup. That's what it was designed for, the dedicated theater room setup. You would have your TV in your room, in your area for watching TV, and you would have dedicated theater room. Those who had that kind of bread to be to do that. Most people would have the other setup, the projection screen and TV setup, which you would have your TV here and you have your projection screen. So you watch TV in the daytime, and at nighttime, you want to watch a movie, it's a little darker, going to have less light, it's going to conflict with the screen. You would bring the screen down over the TV. That was the TV projector setup. Now things are different. because now they're making these ultra short throw projectors. These things are much more advanced than what they were from 7 and 10 years ago. These things are literally TVs that you can stick there right there on top and basically project your image and you're done. The only problem is that the advancement of the technology in the projector is way beyond, but the problem is the screen can't keep up. So you have to go through your little protocols where ambient light controlled environments, calibrating your projector, blah, 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 blah. But the bottom line, at the end of the day, if I can do that on a projector that I paid $60 for, that was discontinued 7 to 8 years ago, and I can outperform certified ultra short those screens with it, then it tells you at the end of the day, it's your screen. Because I'm not having that problem with my ultra short throw projector sitting on the floor at $60. Which is, and you see, you hear me? Do you hear me? You hear me, don't you? He's like, wow, you hear me. The cat's back there like, you darn straight. Yeah, it shouldn't be an issue. But this technology now we have, there's nowhere in the world you should be sitting in the dark. Unless you're watching a movie, that's basically about it. But that's what it comes down to. If a majority of your shows have to be displayed in the dark, there's literally something wrong with your screen at the end of the day. Ain't that right, Taku? He ain't answering back now. Yeah, something wrong there. So they already know that your screens have these issues. So they automatically say, well, look, this is going to make this protocol for optimized use and pleasure. You want to use in an ambient light controlled environment. So bottom line, you basically, when you put your living room together, not your theater room is going to be dark anyway. When you put your living room together and you decorate it, you had in your mind that let's make this room as dark as possible, darken the curtains before you even got your projector. You don't do that with a TV. When you have a TV in your living room, you don't go darkening the curtains and dimming the lights and all that nonsense just to watch a TV show. So why are you doing that with a projector that's going to cost you $4 or $5 grand? You're doing the exact same thing because your screen's going to wash out. Shouldn't be having that issue. See this? Look, this is what you're supposed to have. This is why we do these demonstrations, to show you what you're supposed to be getting. And mind, this is not a new projector. This is not an update projector. This is not 4K. This is a cheap projector I picked up at eBay. And this is painted with, what screen paint was this? It's probably a 7. This is how your screen is supposed to react. So that's why I can sit downstairs in my living room with my white sofas, white rugs, white curtains, white walls, with a 126-inch screen sitting in a bare windows, and I can watch a Starfield, outer space, anything I want without turning my living room into the Bat Cave. Because that's what you're supposed to have at the end of the day. And I didn't spend that kind of money for my projector. Now, if you can't do that on your screen without getting that tannish, faded, washed out look to it, then like I said, there's something wrong with your screen. We did some gaming on here, didn't we? Yeah, as for the fish, here's your answer for the fish, Elite. Oh yeah, that's a 720p. I remember that. That is the, oh my God, that's an NEC. I forgot the name of that projector. It's an NEC projector. I got that projector for, I think, 140, 150 bucks. It's old. It's 720p. I need to get another one of those too. That has interchangeable lenses on it, by the way, too. That projector has it. See how much light we have in the environment? See how well lit the environment is? See, there's no dark corners, no shadows, none of that stuff. The area is well lit. That's how it's supposed to be. Now, while you got people sitting in their apartments, sitting in the dark, mimicking the Batcave, and all these other demonstrations with these other certified companies sitting in the dark, we do this at a 720p projector that costs me 130, 140 bucks. That's why I'm bored. I'm really bored with where the industry is. I'm bored with it. It's the same thing. Every video I pop up, every single projector I see, anything that new comes up, it's the same thing over and over again and again. Ambient light controlled environments, projectors that are sitting too close to the screen. You should be doing those demonstrations on both. You should be doing the demonstrations on short throw and long throw to see what the reaction will be. But sometimes to make sure that doesn't become a possibility, they will make the screen ultra short throw only, which means you have no choice but to use an ultra short throw on that particular screen only. And you're still stuck in the dark in an environment. So when you're watching demonstration, that's what I'm saying. They will stick to the brighter, more vivid colors because these are colors that'll wash out less. There is no way in the world they're going to pull up an OLED demonstration in an environment with that kind of lighting because the screen's going to have some issues in there. So they can't do a demonstration like this. Let's see what the technology looks like with the lights out. See how I fire the lights up and put them back on? Yeah, it doesn't affect that screen. This is old technology. We don't even make this anymore. The stuff we have is more advanced than this. And that's a 720p projector. Watch this, all the lights go out. Bring the lights back on. Watch how the screen still maintains. Doesn't even wash out or fade. And that's black technology, by the way. So that screen absorbs the light, accepts it. There you go. Yeah. I'm going to figure out whether or not we're going to basically make contact with them. There is something that I want from them before we make that initial. As for the other one, I don't know how in the world. My buddy was laughing and said, "So how does that work?" I was like, I don't even know. The person sat there and ridiculed black technology for the longest time, and now he's trying to make black screens. So what's he going to do? You're going to come out and try to slam our products by saying, "Oh, well, his screens come out too dark, you can't see them." Really? You really want to make that statement? Because anytime you want to, I mean, we go side by side with that phantom any of our black screens. As a matter of fact, like I said, you are missing a mess. A whole lot of test demonstrations are missing. At the end of the day, if you're going to call yourself a company, then you should at least have screens on your facility that are bigger than 120 inches that you can get access to at all times. Like this. Oh, we should have did two. Oh, if I did 100, I just thought about that. Look, this is the 180 inch. The 180 inch, you wouldn't have gotten two of those in there side by side. We just made it at 150. Yeah, we just made it at 150. I got to give a list to the driver so the driver can go down and pick up my wood so I can finish my frame, which I really got to do. So yeah, we wouldn't have got 280s in there. I was thinking about doing 280 inch screens. We would have never got them in there because the screen's too big. The 250 inches are perfect. That's what we needed. Now this one was done in full 1080p. This was a Sony VPO FH36 4300 lumens WXGA at 1920 by 1200. This one was at 21 feet. The one we did the Phoenix did it at 27 feet, but 3,000 lumens less than this one. This one did 43. The other one did 4,000 lumens at 720p. And we did this one at 657, where the Phoenix came up at 551. Now my Sony VPO FH30, I paid $300 for that one. For the other one, there because my time was 7, we had to go back. My other one I paid $260 for. Yeah, I'm gonna bring the PS4 out the next time and do some gaming. We got an hour earlier on the Phoenix. Here we go. So our time here was 6:57. 6:57. That's when we got it there. On this, on the 180 inch, which was under, I think this was an 8 or a 12. I was one of them, but that's for the time. Now the Phoenix pulled up, like I said, at Phoenix was able to pull up at around 551 at 4,000 lumens. So we were 3,000 lumens less on that one. We were 21 feet back here, but the other one was 27. So we basically, yeah, we did much better on the Phoenix technology. This is the 180 inch. But like I said, before you call yourself a company, you need to have screens bigger than 120 inch in your home. And you need to have them outside too, because if somebody comes to me and says, hey, Ken, we need you to do a demonstration. You any screens in there bigger than 120 inches? Yeah, we got 150 in one room, 155, 135. We got 135 on the deck. And then down below, we have two 150s, which we can convert them into 235.1. So if they want to see a cinema setup, we could do that downstairs at 194 inches. If they want to see two back-to-backs, we do back-to-backs at 150 inch. And keep in mind, we're not done yet because that's just the basic setup. There's another screen coming in that's going to be 350 inches. It's going to be on a rail system. I'm designing it myself. So this will allow me to be able to slide the entire screen over to one end to the next, lock it over here, and have my two screens at display. Yep, that's what I'm building next. Because I figure there's nowhere in the world I'm gonna sit there and build a screen that massive, that huge, and I'm definitely not doing inflatable. I can easily get an inflatable 400-inch screen in my backyard with no problem. You know the wind velocity that it goes on in my backyard at night? It's like being at a wind tunnel in there, man. Yeah, like I want that thing out there. No, we're gonna build this thing so basically it's connected. So it's gonna be connected to the deck. So bottom line is it'll have a rail system at the bottom. And I'll be to take the entire screen, lock it into the rail system, lock another rail system over the top. And when I want to use it, I can slide that screen all the way over. I made the measurements. I have enough to basically connect. I'll barely hit the gate about that much, but my driveway is pretty wide. So I'll lock that in place over there. And then I can do the demonstrations on the 250 inches because that has a 235.1 setup. Then we'll have two screens into one. Now, mind you, this screen's at 180 inches. A 300-inch screen is going to hit right about half of my deck. My deck is over 11 feet high. So it's going to hit half of the deck. So it's going to allow me to put that in there and slide it in. I want to do a 235.1 at 300 inches, but I don't have the length because the 235.1 is going to be wide in length, and I ain't got the room for it. But we could do it at that height. So this gives us a chance to do the screen on a much larger scale. As I said, if you're doing venue projectors, they have to be done on a much larger scales. No point in running to somebody's house that has a screen that high and go, hey, can I borrow your screen for today? I need to do a demonstration. No, you should have that screen on hand at all times. I want to get back in the backyard and I want to do some demonstrations today, but that is going to be a no-go. So that's the thing. Instead of showing off a giant inflatable screen, you should have had your product painted on the inflatable screen and then did the demonstration. What's the point? I mean, if you want to talk about big screen sizes, I mean, I got demonstrations of us on a 1,000-inch screen at a church with massive stadium lights wrapped around the screen. Been there, done it already, and nothing new. Nothing new. These are our demonstrations outside. So instead of us, showing demonstrations inside, if you notice, you go on our page, we have demonstrations displayed outside. Customer demonstrations, customers videos, all that good stuff right there. Been there and done it on our giant screen. That's the screen we painted on, or they painted on. That's a 1,000-inch screen with stadium lights attached to it. Yeah, tell me, have we been there and done it? We've been there and done it already. Too many times to count. I hope your product works out. I don't wish anything bad on them. I hope his product works out, but I already know the outcome. Like I said, I mean, I have experience in this particular gray screen paint mixes. I know the outcome was going to happen. That projector literally is going to have to be fired up at a certain time of the day. They're not going to fire it up at 5 o'clock. They're not going to fire it up at 6. It's not going to be fired up at 7. They'd be lucky if they get away with 8. 8, 9, 10, that's when they got to fire it up. I guarantee you. They're not firing up at 5 o'clock. No way in the world that screen would trigger at 5 o'clock. Not going to happen. And you have to understand, the bigger the screen, the more ambient light will make contact with the screen. Some people don't, I'm saying a lot of people, some people don't realize that. The reason why they stick when you see demonstrations and demo areas, they stick with the screen. Maybe they may go 120 inch, but they'll try to keep it at 100 inches because that's pretty much what the average person's going to have mostly in their house anyway, 100 inch. But with the larger the screen, the bigger the pixelations are going to have to expand. That means you're going to expect some tear and ripping somewhere here and there, discoloration that could pop up. The tighter they keep the image together, the more sharper and brighter the image is going to come. And keep in mind, consider the fact that if the screen is too large, the larger the screen, the more ambient light the screen is going to take in. You got to consider that too. And then having an ultra short throw, meaning your projector is going to be literally sitting on top of the screen. You're going to get a sharper image anyway because the projector is sitting way too close to the screen. Like, see how my screen is over here set up? My ultra short throw setup is. See how far my ultra short throw sits from my screen? You see the size of my screen? My screen breaks all records in here. Number one, there's a ton of light in here because the size of my screen is about that close to the ceiling. That means that all this ambient light is making contact with my screen. If my screen was 100 inches, like the 92 in the back, it'd be a little lower. It'd have less ambient light hitting it. The projector would be much closer to the screen because of the throw distance and the size of the screen, which means I would have a much sharper, brighter, and tighter image there than I would have here. Yeah, we know all that stuff. So at a screen massively at that size, if you were to paint that product on there, there is no way in the world you're firing that thing up at 5 o'clock. You would have to wait until at least somewhere between, lucky at 8, probably 9 or 10 to fire that screen up. If you try to do it any time around that time, between 6 and 7, your product would fade dramatically. And even in the dark with our projector at 4,000 lumens, if we had a gray screen paint product out there, it still washes out. This is what you, do we have those on here? I think we do have those on there. What if I go ahead, hold on for a minute. Black inflatable projection screens. I don't know why they don't. There's no anywhere they're going to come up under black inflatables. We're the only ones who have them. Keyboard. Because all these screens are going to come up white. Oh, do the research. Try to find one. See how that works out for you. You're not going to find one. They don't exist. Inflatable projection screens in focus. You think they have one? No, it's white. What I mean by black, they're looking at as the screen being itself being black, not the actual screen black. That's how they consider that to be black. No one makes a black projection screen. We're the only one that has one. Let me see. I'm gonna have to put in my company's name next to that because that's not going to dig it up. Let me see. Black inflatable projection screens. Boom! There we are. There it is right there. Black inflatable projection screens. Only one that has one. That tested this one. This one was loud. This was in the other house. I blew it up in the house. I didn't have a backyard. Like I literally didn't have a backyard at this house. Now, man, I might blow a couple inflatable screens outside. But then again, like I said, depends on how well they connect. Because I don't want them blowing away. Did an air mattress too. You know you can use an air mattress as an inflatable screen. Did you know that? Yep. Wow, this is me. Blew the screen up in the house. This screen was way bigger than the screen I have now. But it had I had the blower on the outside, which is a pain in the neck. Oh, there's my Epson projector. Wow. I forgot I had one of those Epson projectors. What I hated about this screen the most, and I'll tell you why. Some of the things I hate about these inflatable screens, they have a Velcro system that goes all the way from here, goes from here to go to here to here. That is a pain in the neck to install because you have to make sure that the Velcro is perfectly flat. If not, you'll get a line here and a line there and a line there. It has to be perfectly in that area. And that is a pain in the neck, especially when you're inflating a frame that's going this way and you're trying to connect it to that way. And if you try to do it while it's not inflated, you're still going to run into problems because you still might get a little bit of a lap or a gap in there. And that may cause, when you blow it up, you'll see like these lines come to the screen because that's where you have a gap here and it may be too tight. This might be pulling it on this side and that may be pulling on that side. I like the ones that have the clips. So one I have downstairs has the clips. You clip it here, clip it here, clip it here, clip it here, clip there and there, and either clip it all around. Done. That's it. And I want to take it down. I can just take this down, fold the screen up, put it in the back, deflate that, and that's the end of it. And then it has the built-in blower, which makes it even better because it's quiet as can be. Now, so you got a Batmobile going off next to your chair. Yeah, I like this. This was one I wasn't too happy about. But at the time I didn't know about it. That was a demonstration on the black screen, showing off the white levels too. Anytime we do a black screen, we always display white levels every single time. That's what you have to do. You need to display white levels. I wonder if I took this thing outside. I think we did take it outside. What was that? Oh, yeah. I remember that. Ooh, I'm not doing that one ever again. 25 feet. 25 feet. Air mattress. You can use an air mattress as an inflatable screen. A lot of people realize that you just make sure it doesn't have those little ridges in it, but you can use an air mattress as a portable inflatable screen. How I got the idea, when this neighborhood I was living in, the people across from me came with the idea first, actually took an air mattress, and what they did was to make sure it didn't go anywhere, they ran a sandbag here, tied it to a piece of rope, and had it around the top of the screen, had the Velcro here and here to make sure it stayed in, and dropped it on the other side. I was like, that was the coolest idea I've ever seen in my entire life. So I made one for myself. Yeah, they did. It's an air mattress, but they didn't have the ridges in theirs. The flatter it is, the better. A nice little portable air mattress screen. And note to self, you do not want to roll it on. You might want to spray it on if you want to. I think this is the projector. What projector we're using? Yeah, we're using a Brookstone portable projector for that demonstration. There's the air mattress blowing up in the house. Yeah, painted just about everything I can get my hands on, man. I painted over mattresses. I did a screen made out of a blanket, bed sheets, plastic bags, trash bags, screen doors, plexiglass, styrofoam, you name it. We rolled over it to see what we could get away with. So there is the. That's where we're making great technology. Why? No, I'm only joking. It was good. Made great technology at that particular time. I'm gonna do all black one next. That ain't a bad idea. I need to go buy me an air mattress and blast that with that phantom technology. See? Gotta learn to think outside the box, people. I tell you, man, you got this technology at your disposal, man, to be able to turn anything you want. At that particular time, we weren't even testing on high performance screens. Now you got technology now that can blow out an easy $4,000, $5,000 screen. Are you kidding me? That's why I had. When people look at that, why you got so many screens in your house? Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I? At one point, I remember I couldn't even afford a freaking 25 or up. The biggest screen I ever had in my life, TV, was a 27-inch. Now I got screens that are 180 inches and up. I got big screens in the house, screens to the ceiling, screens here and there. Man, I'll tell you, it's like I said, at one point, like I said, before I got into this business, never had a screen that big. I go to my friend's house, they got 40 inches, big screens, it's tube area, mind you, not flat screen, tube areas. Now, I got 135 here in the room and 106 downstairs, 126, 148. Screens everywhere. Now, when I get the new place, I'm planning to do it different. I told you I'm gonna set my new place up. I'm getting me a 300-inch curved black screen with 3 Dell 4K laser projectors. My friend's gonna set it up because I don't do curve applications. He does that kind of crazy stuff. I can't do it. I can't figure it out. Probably could, probably just don't want to. Yeah, chances are I probably just don't want to. But yeah, that's fake. This is the kind of stuff you got to watch out for, man. That is so freaking fake. That's not happening. That's never going to happen. Our technology came a long way. I'm telling you. I can look at some of the stuff I go back in my demonstrations, how far we came. Look at this. This is one of the inflatable screens we did on the back. This was an 8. First AR inflatable screen. Yes, it was an 8. Test on an 8. Now see that right there? For the time of the day, it's good. But with the technology we have now, way better than that. Way better than that. I can pull that image up with no problem now, what we have now. You see where the projector is sitting? Right there. I didn't have much of a choice because when I was living at that place, we had a driveway back there. So I had to make sure I had to keep the screen at a certain distance and keep me getting hit by a car. But as I said before, like I said, I mean, at that particular time in my head, like I said, because you have to constantly keep mastering your craft. You have to. See how the Velcro's on the outside? I couldn't stand that. You know, on my nerves. Constantly got to keep mastering your craft. And this shows you how good God is. When I go back and I look at this, like, man, I had a driveway. Last house I was at, I had a backyard, but my neighbors were a little bit crazy. So I couldn't really do a lot of demonstrations. They smoked a lot of weed. I can't stand the smell of weed. I hate it. So couldn't do that too much in the backyard. I mean, they were respectable at a certain time, but man, it got on my nerves from time to time. And they were always noisy and stuff like that. So that got on my nerves. But anyway, moved to this house. This house had a nice front yard and everything. Real nice for doing demonstrations up front. But in the back, I didn't have a backyard or nothing. And that's what I wanted. I wanted a nice, good size backyard for doing my demonstration. So like I said, this is where I did the demonstration. I liked the house when I first moved in because I saw the condensed lighting. I was like, oh, it's got condensed lighting. I've never had one of my screens under condensed lighting. So that gave me the experience of working with my screens under condensed lighting. So I loved it. But the only bad part about it was it just had a driveway for a backyard, and I had a big yard to do a lot of demonstrations. I could do some of my stuff back there, but not at the point where I wanted to be back like 27 feet. Like if I want to do my driveway, I can put a screen in my driveway. I can drop back 60, 70 feet in my driveway now, which is good for doing long throw demonstration displays, but just didn't have the room. But God always answers everything. The balcony we had up here was shared, which we never used it. We said they can have the whole balcony because you were never going to see me out there to begin with. There's no point at all whatsoever. And then I couldn't max out the screen size because, like I said, the driveway, but still having the screen show up, that was basically at least an improvement on our end that we could get the screen to pull. But in order for me to get exactly what I really wanted in my head, I had to fill out the entire screen, and that I couldn't get. So, you gotta work with what you can. And then, God blessed us to be able to move to the house that I have now, which now I'm buying the house, which was interesting. My landlords are cool people. They said, "Yeah, you like this house? You want to buy it?" I was like, "Yeah, might as well. Shoot. Am I going to stay here? No. I got plans for something else. I told you, I'm buying my 4 acres. Buying my 4 acres, get me an 8 house shipping container house built with a pool, and I'm gonna have my nice little farm out there, and that's where I'm gonna be at. This property I'm buying here, I'm probably going to rent it out to a friend of mine. He needs a place, and this will be perfect for him. Before you think about popping over and paying a visit, this guy has potential, so I really wouldn't do that if I were you. Yeah. You'll be dealing with some real serious military on that one, special forces. Anyway, so yeah, this right here, like I said, I couldn't blow out the whole screen at all, period. That's where the driveway just couldn't pull back. And then if I did try to pull back in the driveway, I used to run the risk of having a car come by or whatever. So a lot of noise in the back, people playing their music, blasting their music. So no, it was okay, but it wasn't God bless me with something better. And now 4 acres. Well, by then you won't be seeing any screens on that property. It'll be rare, very rare. You probably won't see anything at all, period. What's the point? By then I'll be in research and development. There's no point in me doing demonstrations anymore. That's their job. People have contracts underneath them. That's their job to show video demonstrations and presentations. That's their job. Here we go. And we don't need to go through all that. It's not even YouTube. You know what this is? This is an Optima GT 5500 ultra short throw displayed outside. All right, I don't know what the heck that's all about. Here we go. Can we get the screen to blow up? Here we can. Because somebody was asking about, can you use an ultra short throw projector outside? I was like, yeah, you can. There you go. And mind you, the Optima GT 55 and 56, if you ever own one of those projectors, they're not designed to go over past 100 inches. That screen's at 140. The actual screen itself is much larger, but that screen's at 140. So you're going to have to pull that screen. Of course, there's going to be all color levels. It's not going to be any contrast. You won't see any contrast. There's no anywhere that can be to pull it. It's virtually impossible to be to pull that screen. And with that mix, it's not going to happen. Not at 5 o'clock. It's not going to definitely happen. Not at 6, not at 7. It's going to be dark. I need to get me another Optima GT 5500. That's a really good projector. Why did I get rid of that projector anyway? I couldn't think about why I got rid of that projector. I should have kept it. Actually, I'm interested now in the portables because, like I said, we're working on a screen paint to make those M1 portable projectors by ViewSonic. They got a bunch of these little portable little projectors that don't cost a lot of money. We're interested now in upgrading the technology to develop a screen paint that's going to make them look really, really bright, better gain, better color, better contrast. That's what we're working on right now. That it's going to be for the companies. When I sat there and stood on camera, I was like, this is not a challenge. You know that. Because the guy was asking about, you can run an ultra short throw projector outside on that product. And I was like, yeah, you can do it with no problem. It's easy. I said, but we don't consider that to be a challenge because the projector is sitting too close to the screen. That's why. The challenge is the long distance throw. That's the challenge. Watching the lumens get chewed up by the time they make it to the screen. Man, if I can, I mean, the lower the lumens we use outside, the more fun there is. But that's what I'm saying. If you had an Optima GT 5500, 5600 Ultra Trito projector, you could run that outside on our technology with no problem whatsoever. And you could watch it at 190-degree viewing angle and it'll pick up. Sorry about that. So yeah, you have to have demonstrations to back up your work. And this was on Pinciotti. I think it's on Pinciotti. Yeah, it's on Pinciotti. Okie doke. What else do we do? This is all us. This is us. No, this right here. Now see right here, something like that? That's not going to produce. He's going to have to be outside at dark in order to pull that up. Oh no, I'm way off topic. I always get too obsessed with this stuff. I love projection screen setups. But I'm telling you, this is going to be, it's a shame that you will never ever see the technology we are going to have on my property when I move. You'll never see it in display. It's my own private stuff. I'm not going to show it. Here it is. This is the Phantom technology versus a TV. What is this at? I'm going for a minute. There's all this. Oh, a minute. Let's see what we got. Nope, ain't going there. Let's see if we can find. Let's get my video from there. Let's see. Why is this on Facebook Watch? Blah, blah, blah. Weird. Which one? We'll get it to pop up. I don't know what this is, but it's not on my page. All right, weird link. We'll do it this way. Black Phantom. Just a sec, I got some contacts on here that you are not supposed to see. Black Phantom versus TV. Let's see, which one here? I'm going to be outside today, cutting with the saw. I should be able to get the entire screen finished today, the 235-point massive screen. Now we have to do is just work on the projector, because I have to get a whole different projector now to work with that screen. Because I'm going to get my whole, I got to install LED lights today too. We got to do that today too. So good. I'll be outside with a stable gun for that one. Let's see, we're on our page right there. This is everything under Black Phantom. You just pull it up, you can see the test demonstrations, Black Phantom versus Black Paint, Black Phantom versus UV Mix. Yeah, we put the Black Phantom against the UV Mix right there. That's it right there. Black Fabric, 1,000 lumen demonstration. Oh yeah, certified screen tests. The company called Paint On Screens right there. There's a sample sheet right there. That's the screen I was going to build. I still have, I think what I'm going to do is, I'm not going to use that screen for anything. I have a 250-inch screen downstairs in the basement. I'm probably just going to make it a give away the screen for free. One of the with the product. You're going to need at least about 2 gallons to paint that screen. Just to let you know. So it's a big project. I'm just not going to do it because I already have a screen already built in the back. I'm good. Oh, let me see. TV. Crystal. So for 2 gallons, you can have the screen. If you buy the screen off of whatchamacallit, it's going to cost you like something like $125. not going to use it. It's just going to stay downstairs in the basement because there's no point. What screen can do? We do white level tests on there. We always did all white level tests on there. We just go to your account and get it. Blah, 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 blah. That's me talking to myself. I do this all day when I'm camera. I'm working. I'm still curious if we're going to see that black paint test, which I think we're never going to see it. This one, all white screens, color test. Yeah, I gotta send this one over to, who are we gonna send this over to? I gotta send this over to, this is the 18 screen certified test? Yeah, well, no, it wasn't 18 screen, so close enough to it on that black screen. That's what we did. Gray, we did white screens and gray screens on that one. Yeah, we did. But I want to find what I'm looking for because I need to post it. I should have had that posted onto the site because that's an impressive demonstration versus a TV. Let me see what we got going on here. We should be able to find this quick because this is not deep into the categories of screens. That's the screen we showed to whatchamacallit, to Vivid Storm. We showed them that screen right there. That's the Phantom. We showed them outside. They were like, oh, yeah, that screen pulls up outside at an incredible rate. We showed the one with 1,000 lumens too, pull up outside. Look at that. These are the tests. I'm saying the test not being done by its product. Look at this. You're supposed to, this is a black on black, black versus black white level test at 1,000 lumens, 1,000 lumens, not 4,000 lumens, not 5,000 lumens, only 1,000 lumens only. So in this test right here, you have to be to show the difference between your product and another black surface. So it's black on black. Which one of these surfaces are going to pull the highest white level? I said before, any screen can pull a contrast level. It's the white level that's very important. Now, if you're doing this at 4,000, 5,000, you may run into a customer or somebody that may say, well, look, hey, that's not fair. You're cheating in your demonstration. You're using a 5,000 lumen projector. At the end of the day, all the screens are being hit with a 5,000 lumen projector. And 4,000 is like the projector's going, let me just hit his screen only with 4,000 or 5,000 lumens, and I'll leave the rest of them out of the picture. That's how dumb that sounds when somebody makes that comment. That's literally how dumb that sounds at the end of the day. So my projector has special capabilities where it can only hit my screen only, and it won't hit the rest of them. They're all being hit with 4 to 5. But just for a challenge and to have a little fun in the demonstration, I bought a 1,000 lumen projector and did the demonstration, which means even at 1,000 lumens, at 14 feet back in a fully lit environment, keep in mind, my projector is no longer going to have 1,000 lumens by the time it makes it to the screen. That screen can still pull up a higher white level than the 2 black surfaces laying alongside it. Yes, these are the kind of tests. If you're going to be dealing with black screens, you know who you are. This is the kind of demonstrations your customers should be seeing off of black technology. Like I said, when it comes to gray screens, there's not much test you can do. This is an old product. This is a product that bottom line is you're not going to do the kind of testing that you would do under a black screen because a gray screen wouldn't be able to withstand. Again, they have low contrast, which means they can't pick up contrast levels equal to darker screens. Their colors don't pop as high as it comes to darker screens. They can pick up white levels, but if you have a technology up there that can pull a high white level, you're in trouble. You're in a lot of trouble if your screen can't pick up those white levels high enough, because that's the advantage point that the gray screen is going to have over top of you. And that's how black the technology is. You're going to have to be to do that. So like I said, you got to get in the head of, that's why the trolls are good. The trolls are good because the trolls will give me like, things like they'll try to challenge me. One troll came to talk about, well, you're messing with your camera. Do you know that we have 3 videos designed for you guys that we made customized for you? This is where I took another phone and recorded myself live as I was doing a live demonstration, punching and showing me changing the settings in my phone to show you that it had no way to basically affect the screen in any way whatsoever, and put it right back to my settings and where it was. I recorded myself doing this in a live versus live demonstration. We did it 3 times. So the reason why we did that is because anytime we have one of you naysayers come and running your mouth about camera settings, we just kindly send you over that information so you can look through it yourself. And that's the last I hear from you all day. All day, that's the last I hear from you. All day. We back everything up. We make videos for y'all. And it says there in the video, I'm making this video for you. For you. Because if you got this video from us, you must be a troll. Yep. We made three videos for you guys. Of me actually recording live my own video as I was recording it. I even got, one time I got the trolls really good in one demonstration. It was freaking hilarious. So what we did was we had 3 of his products laying against the screen. They were blended into the screen. When we toasted at the bottom top, do you think my screen is too dark? Oh man, they couldn't pass down that invite. They were in the room with a live mic, just carrying on, acting up, talking about, oh yeah, you know, your screen's too dark and it's this and that, and I can barely see it, and just talking all this trash. At the end of the video, I said, do you know that his product is leaning against my screen right now? We pulled the product right off the screen. That was in, they're popping out of the room one by one. Yeah, I set you up sometimes. I do. Sometimes I would deliberately lay stuff. When I'm doing a video, I would deliberately leave containers of paint out to make you think that that's something that I'm putting in my product when I'm not. You're so easy. Very easy. Very easy to manipulate because I know your mindset. I know how you, I've been in this business for over 12 years. Come on, please. I know y'all too well. So I would leave stuff out delivery just to basically have y'all think that y'all figured out how I make my product, and then you go make it and you mess your screen up. That's your problem. You should have no business doing it to begin with. And that's what y'all get. Oh my goodness, I swear it's too easy. But some of y'all have given me some good ideas. I'll give you that. Y'all have given me some good ideas. One guy asking me to change my camera settings, so the camera settings so I could show it. That was fantastic because now we use that against y'all. Someone asked me to show the settings in my projector. We did that on 2 different projectors. We use that against y'all. Yeah, a lot of stuff that we throw at y'all, yeah, it comes from y'all guys. We use it right against y'all. So I thank you. Look at these demonstrations we got. Look at this. That's that phantom turning that gray screen paint white. But yeah. We even got recordings of y'all where y'all came into the channel with racial slurs. Oh, they called me racial slurs, real nasty comments, death threats, stuff like that. We got all that stuff. All that stuff has been recorded. All that stuff has been recorded. You never know. One day Mr. Bird might be sitting up there thinking like, hey, let's get a lawyer. Let's get a lawyer on one of those cyber trackers. You gotta learn to keep your mouth shut. You can do dumb stuff like that. That's why a lot of people I noticed are basically removing the comments because people just don't know how to act right. Facebook, on the other hand, they don't play around. I don't know about YouTube, but Facebook, I made one small comment and I got a freaking 2-day ban on my account. And that means not only a 2-day ban on my personal account, but that 2-day ban carried over on my business accounts. I was like, shoot, I made one statement. It wasn't even a bad statement, too. It wasn't even that bad. It was a comment about, it was something stupid. I don't even know how they took that offensively to begin with. Like, where do you even begin to take that offensively? So basically, it shows a small kid walking down the street, and this man's got the kid's mouth covered. So you can see he's abducting the child. And they're talking about some kind of alarm that you have on your phone that you can put out in front of them that goes off to make them stop, you know, whatever it was, right? And I made a comment by saying that, hey, look, he wouldn't have made it to the block. He'd have got an old-fashioned beat down. Because there's no way in the world, if I see somebody abducting a child, I'm sorry, at the end of the day, and I'm able to stop it, I'm kicking your butt at the end of the day. You deserve it. I'm sorry. But how do you find that offensively that I'm talking about beating the daylights out of a child molester and you take that as, oh, that's considered to be a threat. So we got to ban you for 2 days. Whatever. I'm not gonna say anything because that's gonna involve lawyers. I gotta sometimes cut my mouth about to say something real crazy, but I'm gonna leave it at that. But that's how I ended up getting a 2 day ban from Facebook because I made a simple comment about beating the living daylights out of a child molester, and yet it's violence that was spreading, so they gave me a 2 day ban on it. All right. Yeah, because I'm not gonna sit there if somebody's abducting a child, and if I can stop it, I'm not gonna sit there and pull out my cell phone and go, stop! Do 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 do. No, I'm gonna run your head through a fire hydrant. Because you deserve it. Okay. This is our screen outside. This is the inflatable screen. But yeah, I know that's not gonna happen. I ain't gonna go down that way. I don't think anybody would take it that way. I mean, majority of most people are gonna beat the living crap out of you. You deserve it. There's the inflatable screen outside. That's the black screen. See, this is the one I like. I like this one so much. Number one, it's not too big. It's not too small. It fits in there just perfectly on my deck. The motor is quiet as can be. It was easy to set up. And then it has, you see that strap system around it? No Velcro. No freaking Velcro. All I got to do is snap it all the way around. When I'm done, unsnap it, deflate the screen, put it away. It's in my basement. It's done. That's it. Now, the reason why we pulled them from the site, we had them on the site, but we pulled them from the site because we were using a high grade heightener to darken the back side of the screen. So we could turn that into a black screen, but you still had the white screen on the side. But now, since we got the Phantom, we coated the Phantom on part of that screen and it mended. Usually when you're dealing with a kind of polyester kind of blend, one of the problems you're going to deal with is paint may crack or peel. You may have that issue with inflatable screens. With the screen being expanded over and over again, it could cause some wear and tear on the screen and you could have a cracking issue on the screen. If the surface is PVC, ooh, you got a nightmare on your hands. PVC inflatable screens are freaking nightmares. I painted a couple of them. No form of paint will stick to that at all, period. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't stick. It turns into a complete nightmare. I'm going to give you a little heads up, Jamie. You might want to listen to me on this one real quick. When somebody's got experience in the field, if that screen is PVC, you better not paint it. I'm going to tell you right now, it is going to be the worst nightmare of your life. So you better take that. I'm giving you a little piece of advice. I'm not a person that likes you too much, and I really don't at the end of the day. But, I mean, if I could save somebody the embarrassment of going through that, I'm trying to save it to you right now. Do not paint that surface if it's PVC, because you will find out the hard way. The problem with PVC and that material, it's different from the same PVC material. And I'm not saying this, I'm trying to be the guy's friend. On April, I'm still going to sue his pants off. That'll make a difference about that. I'm just trying to basically keep him from doing something that's pretty much going to embarrass him pretty bad. So the problem is when you do an inflatable screens, their surface is a bit temperamental. Now, if you try to do a front and rear with a paint, it can become a problem because any marks that you may use with a paint cannon back and forth, it's going to show up in the rear projection of it, not in the front, but in the rear. I'll show you something in the demonstration, something else I'll figure it out too. If light is transferring to the screen will fade and wash out. So this is something we figured out when we were doing an inflatable screen that was both front and rear. As light was transferring to the screen, the image was really washed out. And this is on black technology and it was washed out. So I noticed that if I took a piece of cardboard and I stuck it around the back of the screen, the image pulled up much better because the projector's here. The projector's pushing to the front, not to the back. But having that piece of cardboard behind the back of it, the image came up much clearer. Let me see if I can find that demonstration. So that's when we figured out that we can't coat this stuff on front and rear screens. It has to be front only, and it has to have a black backing. Now, the other problem you run into if the surface is PVC and not a kind of, it has to be a special blend of material. I'm not going to tell you what it is. You got to figure that one out for yourself. But it's a special blend material that will allow the surface to be able to connect. Because if it doesn't, and if it's 100% PVC, and most of them are, what's going to happen is, well, you're not going to have a screen out in the rain. That's not going to happen because of the motor. You get it damaged. But if you fold that screen up, it's going to basically fuse together. And when next time you go to pour it apart, it's going to rip. Not the screen, the paint is going to rip. Doesn't make a difference if it's latex, gloss, whatever it is, it's going to rip. So the coating we have basically is different. It allows us to spray that invisible technology to any black surface, like this if I want to, and turn it into a high performance screen. It's designed to bring white levels out of a black surface. So that's why we flip the screen around to the back side of it. So we want to spray it. We are basically dealing with a screen surface that's already black. There's no painting involved because this chemical, the way it's designed, it sprays on like a dusting. You're not really a screen, you're just putting a light little coating on it. That allows the surface to maintain, image allowed to, the chemical to maintain on the surface without cracking or peeling. You're not worried about weatherproof because again, at the end of the day, it's an inflatable screen. You're not gonna inflatable screen outside, run outside with power and everything when it's rain outside. The other side of it is, can't tell you what it is, but it's something interesting. So it's not PVC, because I'm thinking, is it PVC? When I bought the screen, it said canvas. Canvas is fantastic with a black backing because I mean you could paint that all day long. You don't have to worry about the screen cracking or peeling. It breathes. You know what I mean? The formula it's not constantly curing all the time because keep in mind certain surfaces when you paint them, there's actually liquid coming from the screen. The screen is constantly curing. It takes time for that to fully dry. So it's not that surface. It's made out of something completely different. So I went downstairs. I painted an edge of it with the Phantom. I balled it up in my hand to see if it would crack or peeled. I soaked it in water to see what would happen. These are screens that can be out there. I'm kind of curious what's going to happen. Didn't crack and peel. Didn't lift off the surface. Nothing. You watch me do this in a demonstration where we painted a surface that we had here. It was a polyester kind of PVC blend. And I'm thinking this stuff is going to work. I had it on camera. I soaked it. The screen lifted right off the surface with no problem. So if that surface up there on that large screen is PVC, not going to work. Because what's going to happen is the minute they fold the screen up, it's going to seem dry. When that screen starts to press together, it's going to basically fuse together. And when you go to pull it, it's going to rip. I know that because the two screens you saw me do in the demonstration that I first displayed were PVCs. And that's one of the problems they had. That's why the screen never launched, because that's one of the errors that came up. We couldn't get the formula to marry the surface. This one, on the other hand, and with the Phantom, because Phantoms are designed differently, they're not, like I said, you can't go to Home Depot and you cannot basically make a Phantom. That's why we did also to the black paint. You can buy all the black paint you want off Home Depot or Lowe's. It's not going to match that screen at all. But the way the Phantoms are made are different. They can fuse to this particular surface only because it's made differently. That's why I'm going to have to cut a piece of that off, take it down to somebody, have them analyze, break it down, figure out what the freak it is. So basically we can make larger sheets for this because this is going to come in handy in the long run. We start designing our own inflatable screens because that's one of the couple problems we came into when dealing with inflatable screens. The surface is crazy temperamental. So I'll show you, see if we have a polyester test on the screen that we did on it. That's what you got to worry about. They had some issues. That's why I tell people when I paint these screens, they have to be a certain caliber. Because man, if you paint them on PVC, you will find it the hard way. I got a PVC screen, like the same kind. It's weird because the PVC surface that they use for the fixed frame screens is similar the same way. We have one downstairs. They're similar the same way. And with the when you get that surface, you ever did a fixed frame screen, you'll notice there'll be a thin sheet of some kind of tissue paper in between that to keep it from sticking. But if you put a paint on that and you basically roll that up, it's going to stick and it's going to tear. That's what's going to happen. Same reaction you're going to get from the inflatable screens. Now, the motorized screens are made different. The PVC surface on there is a lot more hard. It's a lot more rigid. It's different. So if you paint that, that's not going to crack or peel. You can roll that up all day long. It doesn't have the same effect. But the same material that they make out of the fixed frames and how they make out of some of the inflatables do the exact same thing. They will peel. Let me see. So that's one of the things we've done in tests. That's why testing is very important. Before you go throwing your stuff on stuff, do your testing because you never know what's going to happen in the process. And we've had that happen. I had an incident that cost me a lot of money. And this is why I first found out about being careful. Don't jump before you leap or leap before you jump. We had these screens that we made. There were these big vinyl screens that we designed, and they had the grommets already in them, and we coated them with this silver technology we're developing, and they looked fine. Like when I painted them, they were dry to the surface, dry to the touch. They were fantastic, and we were selling them for probably around, I think we were making like $1,300, $1,400 per screen. So got this big order in. We painted about 12 of them out. And folding the screens up, because I'm thinking these are really big screens. I'm trying to cut down on the shipping cost. Rolling this thing would cost us a lot of money, because if you roll the screen, keep in mind you're still going to have to pay for the height of it. It can weigh it's about as much as a remote control, but you're going to pay for the height. Once it reaches a certain height, and shipping is considered to be freight, this is when your price is going to jump to the roof. And now you got to be going by zone. By it may be $50 in this zone, in this state, or $100 in this state. This is what it's going to cost you. So anyway, we got the screen and we painted. We did 12 of them. I shipped them out. I was getting massive complaints back saying the screen was sticking, they were tearing, they were fusing together, because we folded this material up and we stuck it in these bags, right? And we thinking, okay, they're gonna unwrap them, they're good to go, they're not gonna have any problems. No, every last one of these screens stuck. Should have tested the surface first before I put the screen on the market. That's why testing is important. Cost me a lot of money to replace that, a lot of money to replace it. But it was a lesson well learned in business. The next time you go out and you design a product, you make sure it's properly tested, because in the long run, it could cost you a lot of money. So, yeah. So that's one of the things. But the only screens I came across now, fixed frame screens, we don't have problems with them. We don't have problems with the motorized screens. The temperamental screens, the ones we have to watch out for, are the inflatables. Those are the ones that can become potential nightmares if you don't get it right. Because at the end of the day, you're still going to roll this screen up. Most people pop off the material. They're still going to roll it up and fold it up at the end of the day. Yeah, there's some issues with it. But I'll show you some demonstrations on why you don't want to paint certain surfaces, which we have on our website. Let me see. Test demonstration. I think it was test demonstration on, what was it called? Make sure we get this right. And it peeled right on camera. So, well, we can't use that surface. The surface had good potential, man. It was like I wasn't going for PVC. It was a polyester blend. It was lightweight. It was affordable. You know what I mean? It was great, but just we couldn't marry it. Just wasn't going to work. Polyester tarp. That's another thing too. Do not paint on polyester tarps. Don't do that. You'll find out the hard way. Don't want to paint on that. So go back on that one. Canvas you can do, but I would not go near polyester tarp. We had bad experience with that one too. Polyester tarp. Because they don't marry well either. Let me see. Now, as for the interesting thing about it, wintertime, we've tested them out in wintertime, they don't crack or peel. It's the only problem is if you're going to fold the screen, you're going to have to have something in between the screen to separate them from basically fusing. That you're going to have to do. But I'll show you some of the test results we posted on why we don't go near them. And that's one of the things we found out when you're dealing with inflatable screens. They're either made with the PVC, some of them are made with the PVC. The ones usually that are made with the kind of material are front and rear. And then you have the very rare ones, which they make them in smaller forms. They don't make them in big forms like that. That basically have the black backing. Sometimes the black backings, yes, there are PVCs too, but some of them come with a different form of blend material with them. Those are the ones we use. Just give you an idea, if you're using a screen paint, and an idea to the other fellow, he may want to check that screen to make sure that screen does not have a polyester or kind of a PVC surface to it, because like I said, the outcome is going to be really bad. Figure out what it was. The test screen, what we did here. This is a polyester. First test, that wasn't it. It's like a weatherproof test right there. See if we can find it. I think it's weatherproof test. If not, we'll do a couple of them here. If I can't find the video, we'll do a couple of them here and paint them up, and I'll show you what happens. And we'll fold them up. And you'll be like, are you kidding? Like, yeah, they will lift. Surface, the paint will lift, clean off the surface. You put them under water, they'll wrinkle up, pull right off the surface. Just put down let's see the paint testing gunmetal. Wasn't that needs to do rain? Yeah, I'm not gonna tell you how much it cost me, but it was a lot of money. It was a lot of money. Big mistake. I made that mistake a few times. I made one mistake on the motorized projection screens. The reason why we don't do motorized projection screens is because they become crazy expensive. We did this years back. The other individual tried to do it. I was like, big mistake. You don't want to do that, buddy, because that's going to cost you so much money. It's not even funny. So bottom line is when you get a motorized projection screen and you get it from a company, these are companies who have they have corporate shipping accounts. So you have a corporate shipping account. They know you're going to ship out so many per month or so many per week or so ever. They give you massive discounts. I mean, massive discounts. And you're going to have to show that your business is actually pushing out that much product, basically, in order for you to obtain these particular perks that will allow you to be able to get these discounts for shipping these screens out. If you don't have any of these perks, one of the problems you're going to run into is that the fact that these screens are going to cost you a lot of money to ship out. So the United States Post Office has a certain height on how big a screen that would ship out. Once you pass them and you can't, they won't take it. You got to go by either FedEx or you got to go by UPS. Now UPS charges, I call them the king pirate. They're all kings and pirates when it comes to that business altogether. But bottom line is, say you reach like 114 in height, all right, you're automatically eligible for for freight. Not eligible, you will be shipping by freight. So we shipped the screen off to California. It cost me $600 to ship the screen. That was the discount price. It was going to cost me more, about $1,000. So I got $400 off. But here's the thing. You could bring the screen down yourself, what they advise you not to do. They advise you to have a lift truck. A lift truck will come to your house, has a lift and take your screen. The lift truck was at the other end of the block in the neighborhood I showed you where we did the inflatable screen because they couldn't get it up the block. So still had to pick up and carry the screen all the way down to the other end of the block to give it to somebody to put on a truck to load it in. That cost me $300. Yep. To ship a screen from A to B, they become crazy expensive. So depending on what zone they have, like maybe Michigan, it could be California, it could be Florida, wherever you're at, that's what your price is going to fluctuate to be. But yeah, and it can get kind of bad from there. So no, that's why we don't do it anymore. And that's one of the reasons why we don't go near that anymore. So shipping can make and break a product. It can make and break a product. You can come up with a fantastic product, but the shipping costs you too much and you're giving away for free or shipping free for your customers. It's going to come out of your pocket. And if the shipping costs too much, that means you're going to jump the money on your products where you're selling because you got to cover that overhead charge or you're going to lose money in the process. You're not going to be able to make your money back. So that's another issue you're going to be dealing with. Now, the reason why we came with the wallpaper screens, because before the wallpaper screens, we had a screen that literally was a screen that was 4 feet by 8 feet. It was rigid. You couldn't fold it up. It was a flat, thin screen. To ship that screen, even though it weighed as much as a credit card, it was because of the height and the width of the screen being 4 feet by 8 feet. To ship that to California would have cost me $1,000. $1,000. Now, mind you, at the time, we would probably have gotten maybe about $600, $700 for a screen. $600, $700 for a screen, but the shipping cost was going to cost me $1,000. Not worth shipping out. I wouldn't be making any money at all. I'd be losing money in the process. Now, here's the thing. You got to think smart. And this is advice for the other individual, because like I said, it's not to be insulting, but he does not have a business mind when it comes to business.
It's more than just making screen paint. There's another half of it that you have to know, which is the business part of it. Like basically, if you're working in a restaurant, you should know the front of the house and the back of the house. You especially should know the front of the house. You should have to know to work both. But anyway, you have to do more than just, if you're going to call yourself a company, you have to know about business, you have to know about contracts, negotiations, NDAs, all that stuff you've got to know about. How to protect yourself, how to deal with when you have to go to court, and so much stuff you have to know. It's not even funny. And just basically just making pretty paints and throwing on the wall is not enough. It's not enough to call yourself a business. So you're shipping a screen that's 4x8, and this screen does not roll up. So one of the problems you're going to run into, it automatically is not eligible to go to the post office. You got to calculate what is the longest distance from where I'm at. Longest distance from where I'm at would be California. So what's the worst it could possibly cost me to ship to California? You find out it's $1,000. You're charging $600 for the screen. You are basically going to lose a lot of money in this deal. It's not worth it. It's got to go. As I said before, we can have an amazing product, but shipping will kill it in the water before it even starts. Now, about 2 or 3 years down the line, we run into a company that gives us the ability to make wallpaper screens. This is a Surface, same 4x8, but the difference between this surface is flexible. Now, I can't tell you the rest of it because there's actually a certain surface you have to look for to make a wallpaper screen. I can't give you that information. But from experience, as I said, there's a lot you learn in the long run, a lot of trial and error on basically buying surfaces to see what's going to marry well. It's a whole lot of things to go with it. Say you find a good surface. The formula might not marry well to it, might peel right off the screen. Heat could cause a problem. Cold could cause a problem. Weather could cause a problem. Yeah, you have issues that pop up like that. That could be a problem. You could roll a screen, that could crack right in the middle of the screen. All kinds of stuff could pop up when you're trying to marry a surface. But the reason why one of the surfaces became a good eligible because the shipping cost was cheap. Because this is a screen, instead of it being flat and rigid, we can't roll it up. The other wallpaper screen, we could roll that screen up and stick it in a little tube, and that screen would always be 4 feet high, which would make it eligible for the United States Postal Service, which would make it eligible for flat rate shipping. Which means if I ship that to California, I'm not going to tell you the prices we got from the screen. I'm going to tell you what I paid for the surface. But with the technology embedded onto it and everything like that, tests and all that, that's why tests are important. Because like I said, if you make a screen paint, going back a little farther, if you make a screen paint, you have to be able to show that your product is worth the time, which means you're going to have to do a certified test. You're going to have to show why your screen, from an individual that can spend $5,000 for a projection screen, why he shouldn't change his mind and spend the money for your screen. That's what you're going to have to do. So I can come on and say, hey, look, we got 18 certified screens tested. These are the companies we tested against. These are the demonstrations we did, so and so and so, fully lit environment. You have to have outstanding demonstrations to put yourself on the mark so a customer go, I want that screen paint. I'm going to save a lot more money. He's showing tests doing this. He's showing tests doing that. You have to back up your work. The minute you show a certified test, your screen jumps automatically from the door in price. So you got a screen up there that costs the customer as Phantom $329, that can beat a $5,000 projection screen easily. So much that some of these companies will contact you trying to get samples of your products, which we just showed today. That's what happened with Digistorm. We showed them a couple of screens, never even seen the screen in person, but they know what they were looking at. The professionals in the field, they know what a professional screen looks like. Sent us an email, said we want to sample that. We'll figure it out later on, what I'm going to do with that next. I had to talk to one of my attorneys on that one. But anyway, as I said before, once you show that your product can produce images in well-lit environments, you can use any caliber projector, it jumps in value. The more you show what the screen can do, the more the value of the screen jumps. So now you're looking at a screen, we're charging anywhere from $400 to $500 for a wallpaper surface that can show that it can beat top-end screens, ultra short throw compatible, can be used outside. You can roll the screen and make it portable. But what makes it beautiful is the fact that the price to shipping it drops dramatically because now you got a screen that you can compact, roll up in a little tiny tube and ship anywhere you want. Yeah, you got to think smart because if not, it'll cost you. That's why you never rush the gun. You never rush the gun. You never go out and make an announcement on something unless you've done the research first and then you go make the announcement. Now, like I said, with the Phantom inflatable screens, we just got something better out of it because I did the back side of it because I didn't want to do the front because they said the surface was canvas. When I got it over there, like, this is not freaking canvas. This is not going to work. It's like PVC. It's going to peel. So I'm thinking like, okay, we'll reverse it to the back side and we'll coat it with the heightener, because the heightener will basically allow the screen to produce a black contrast level off a surface that's already black, but the heightener will allow it to bring color, contrast, and all this stuff right through that surface. We'll use that instead, which worked out well. But I actually wanted the other side to be black. That's what I wanted, because having a white screen on the opposite side looked kind of tacky. I didn't like it, so I pulled the whole entire screen. So that's when we coated it with the Phantom, and the Phantom married to the surface. So the surface we're looking at is not PVC, it's something else. PVC would have ripped and torn. It would have torn easily. So now that's what we're figuring out right now. Before we launch the screen again, we are going to have somebody break down that material, figure out exactly what it is, go to somebody, have them make the exact same material, and that way we can customize whatever you want, design. I already know how the inflatable screens are easy to make. I can go to a seamstress, they can do the whole entire work, give them the material, they can actually build that screen for us. So that's what we're doing now. That's why you don't see them on the website. Never seen a surface like that coat like that without cracking or peeling. So it's quite amazed by it. So we need to get our hands on that. But lesson to him, for him to understand, if you go over there and touch that screen, and that screen's a PVC material, so I could have said nothing and watched that cave in on top of you, but I'm trying to help you out here. Your screen's going to stick. That's one of the problems we had when we had the first inflatable screens. I never forget when I took the screen down, I had rolled it up and inflated the screen, rolled up the material, put it to the side, came outside to do the demonstration, pulled the screen apart, and it peeled. And I was like, oh, what the freak. And that's when I found out that you cannot paint on that surface at all. And then we did one with the front and rear, and found that when the projector hits it from the front, the image fades like crazy. So you have to put something like a black backing behind the back of it, so that works, but that becomes a headache too. Yeah, trial and error, people. A lot of trial and error when you're trying to marry a surface. Oh, I'm trying to bring you guys over here for a minute. So that's why inflatable screens are tricky, because majority of most inflatable screens that you're going to run into at the end of the day are going to be PVC. A lot of you not. If the rear projection, that's another issue you're going to have. Oh, we're going too far into this. Let me just pull up. I'm just going to put inflatable screens. It's the only one to be to do it, because it's going to be way too much. This is way back. This is so far back. When I was doing that, we'll be forever on that one. Inflatable screens. Because that's going too far back on that one. Yeah. So that's what I wouldn't, but see, the reason why, when he posted that video, he had no experience in what he was doing. Because anybody in that field, if that would have came up to my opportunity to paint a screen that size, I'd have walked over to the screen first and I would have checked it out, inspected it first. And if I felt that screen was PVC, I was like, oh no, we're not doing this. We're not touching this. And I said, why? Because the minute, it's going to look good when the screen's up. But if you ever take this thing down, you roll it up, it's going to stick. The screen's going to rip apart. And then you're going to have to come out there and you're going to have to replace that thing. Keep in mind that when that screen rips, it's not going to rip clean off the screen. Certain areas are going to have these little corner spots. If you fold the screen up in corners and they roll it, you're going to have little tear spots all in the screen. So some of it's going to marry to the surface and it's going to stick. And some of the screen may fuse together and stick. You're going to have to replace that. You have any idea how expensive that screen is? It's very expensive. And they may take you to court over it too. They replace their screen. So, but knowing him, he's going to take it as, oh, he's just trying to sabotage. Oh, knock yourself out. Go ahead. Please do. Bet you won't see another demonstration on that screen again. Couldn't care less. If you mess, that's your problem at the end of the day, not mine. But I'm just telling you, that's what's going to happen to it. Something weird about that material doesn't work too well. That's why you didn't see any more of the screen. Why do you think? I had a black screen outside. You never saw it ever again. Yeah, that's why. Because we had to figure out the surface wouldn't marry. I had a real hard time getting the surface to marry. PVC is the one surface you never ever want to paint on unless it's attached to a fixed frame screen. So the fixed screen, you're not going to be taking that thing down every 5 minutes and rolling it up. You know, it's permanent. It's going to be on your wall. You won't have that problem with the inflatables, but you will have that. Not inflatable, but they'll fix the motorized. But you will have that problem with you will have that problem with that PVC. Let me see. Yeah, figured it out the hard way. I wish I did make them out of canvas. They made them out of canvas, man. It'd be so much better to make them out of canvas, but you're right. I think the reason why I make them out of canvas because it's going to have to be treated. But then again, don't worry about motor mildew. I don't know why you would. You have a motor in the back of it. I doubt you're going to be running the screen in the rain while you have electrical cord attached to it with a motor outside. I mean, talking about wanting to visit God too soon. My goodness. But yeah. Yeah, you'll visit God real soon with that one. It's got to be cat doing something destructive. Let's see if we can find that video. It shouldn't be that far off where the screen lifted off the surface. Let's see if we can find it. It was one of the gamer screens we're going to develop too. And you couldn't even use it. You couldn't even use it inside. Even worse, because even if you balled it up, and that's one thing you're supposed to do when you paint a surface, you got to ball it up in your hand and then let it go and smooth it out. If you have no cracks, no peels in there, you're good. If you do, then you may want to. You can't bother with that. You know, that's the same thing when we paint. Certain screens have a protective coating, like Silver Ticket has it. Elite, every once in a while, you may bumping them with it. And I tell people, when you're painting one of these screens, if you see like the paint separate and you see the white pushing through, do not force it. Don't force it. Put a very light coating on the surface, let it dry, and then you hit it. That's how you do it. But don't force it, because it'll be all day long, and it'll just be pushing the paint away. And that's because the protective surface that they put on there is to protect the screen when they basically have to wash it or whatever on it. That's what that coating's for, right? To get around that, that's what you have to do. So let's see if we can find it for you guys here. I need to have that on the website of what not to paint. That's the only surface we had a problem with. Okay, that was a test, Dark Phantom test. That's when we first started making it, so that definitely wouldn't be it. That definitely wouldn't be it either. Sorry about that, people. Let's see what we got going on over here. Like, I learned something about the Chrissy 505 projectors. You can't buy generic lamps and stick them in those projectors. It doesn't work well. I had to actually go out and get the real lamp for that Chrissy projector. Not expensive, but try to go out and get it. This is it here, stress test for the gamer. Yep, this is it right here. This is where we had an issue that popped up on one of the surfaces that wouldn't marry. So this right here is a polyester, it's a polyester tarp. Can't paint those. And PVC has the same reaction. So this is where we take the screen, we soak it in water, right? To see if the surface is going to peel. It also stuck too. So that polyester blend, even if it's PVC, will have the exact same reaction.
So the screen. We just go back to the drawing board. These are things you have to be received when we do testing. So now we see exactly how the screen's going to react. So this one right here, we've got something to press right here. Take this out, and usually, like I said, this particular material, if it sticks, it's.
So what we do is we take the material, we put on a little bit of a sample sheet we have there, we fold it up nice and tight, and we put something heavy on it like a weight, as if you're folding the screen up, and you're basically keeping it how you're storing it. So when we open up that sample sheet, it's not supposed to crack or peel. But if it does crack or peel, it shows that the surface can't be married. So these are little tests we do.
Going to stick. It doesn't take much to do it. So let's open this up. Check out my camera here. My stand is never around.
That's why you should never run your mouth before you do something. Because I saw the demonstration when he was showing the screen. I said, man, you didn't even expect that screen before running your mouth that way. Because like I said, certain surfaces don't marry well. And PVC, ooh, man, that stuff doesn't marry well. And a screen of that size, that caliber, is PVC.
Make sure that they're working well.
Unless they got a rear projection. Majority when you have screens that size are PVCs.
Even though our formula may be weatherproof.
Yeah. Chill. I'll get your snacks in a few minutes. Okay, got issues.
Let's see this open up. That's pretty good. My main concern, what I'm looking for is the corners. So the corners, I'm not worried about this is something I'm feeling.
Corners is what you got to worry about.
And here.
That's where your wear and tear is going to come in at the most.
These are the areas that are going to stick the most on the screen. Fold it this way. Fold it this way. Let's get this up.
Now in this one, we were able to fold the screen up without it cracking or peeling, but the problem was the screen would not marry when it was actually submerged in the water. That was one of the problems. This is a screen that's designed to be outside.
Sometimes when you're dealing with a certain surface, and that surface basically is not designed to move, especially when I'm talking about paint on certain PVC screens, because the surface brings it up.
So now we put something heavy on it, like a brick.
I like that crazy stuff. That's what we had to do today. That's why I was doing the video short and sweet.
Now we go back over to the screen that's submerged in water. Now, if we had basically launched this product with this surface to our customers, and they had this screen outside, so somebody had one of these screens on display outside, and we didn't do the test correctly, this is what would have happened. See those wrinkles right there in the screen? That's a bad sign. That means the surface has lifted off.
That's why you got to have these tests. That's very, very important. I see people coating surfaces and don't basically do their job right. Yeah, see how I lifted up? This is not good. I'm going to show you some right here. This is the reason why you can't use the material. This is
See? There you go.
Shame. I had a good promise, but nope, it's not going to take. That means the screen is officially not weatherproof.
Any paint will do that. Any paint. If somebody sits there and tells you and says, oh, my product doesn't do that, they lied to you. Because like I said, before I got into, I developed all different kinds of screen paints, whether it be gray mixes, whether it be dark mixes, silver mixes, visible mixes. We've done these already. This surface was a polyester and PVC mix. So we're thinking, okay, this should marry well because it has two different elements in it. We already know that PVC is not going to work. We already know that from the door. So this having a polyester with something mixed, when we think it's going to marry, nope, did the exact same thing. Didn't even marry to the surface, came clean off. That's why you run tests first before opening your mouth, because it can be the worst embarrassment of your life. Can you imagine a customer coming back saying, oh, that surface just slid right off? Yeah, that's how we know. When people sit there and they make, and when people make false accusations, how we know, because we do tests, a lot of tests. That's how we know you would never marry that surface ever. Not ever. Not gonna work. Don't even bother. Yeah, that thing slid right off. Now, today what we're going to do is, I got a PVC screen downstairs. I'm not using this Elite 135 inch. We got no use for it at all. I'm going to cut some of that off. We're going to coat that with some of the gray screen paint mix we have downstairs in the container. And we're going to paint some of that with our technology. We're going to fold that over nice and neatly, put a couple of bricks on top of it. And then we're going to come back and we're going to basically open up the screen, and I'll show you why you do not paint on these surfaces. The PVC surface is the same PVC surface that they use in inflatable screens. Mind you, it has to be something that's going to expand with the screen, because the screen's going to expand over and over again. When you're dealing with a motorized screens don't expand. It's a stiff, rigid PVC. They would never ever use that in an inflatable screen because it's not going to expand with the screen at all. You need something that's going to be flexible and expand with the surface. Fabrics is going to work. The PVC surface is going to work. Usually when you have a screen of that caliber and that size, there is a good maybe 99% chance that that surface is basically using PVC. If not, it's going to be using a form of rear projection screen. And that's another problem you're going to have too, because your screen's going to wash out really fast. Let me see if we have that demonstration test that we did and found that the hard way. This is when I first found out we can't coat that on a form of, can't be coated onto a form of inflatable screen. See that surface right there? That's a surface that cost me a lot of money. That mistake right there. That's what did it. Learned that a valuable lesson right there. Never, ever painting that surface ever again. That cost me a lot of money. Those are the screens that we were shipping out and that we were selling, and that screen right there, it stuck. Like it stuck together. Now, it wouldn't have been so bad if the person would have gotten the screen and they would have had it out already attached to the wall. You know, I mean, that's what it was set up for. That would, then again, it might not have passed the weather test either when I thought about it, because I'm even tested underwater either when we did either. So this is why you gotta, business comes with time and experience. But anyway, yeah. Let me see. I need to put on, no, screen paint. What is all this going on here, Mr. Bird? Take that out right there. Put in inflatable screen. So I'll put in inflatable projection screens. See if we can dig that one up. Then I'll show you what happens if you paint a screen. We need to put all this on the website, because you got some of you people are going to be using screens and you need to know this. What screens you can paint and what screens you can't. Let me see. Let me go back over here. Inflatable screens. Just come out here real quick. Oh, I got it right here. Inflatable screens. Let's see what we got going on here on the inflatable screen. See if we. Yeah, that's one with the motor in the back. You don't want to go. I hate those things. There's the inflatable screen right there. That was a Supreme 9 Gold that was done right there. This is one of the other screens that had that issue, the same issue outside that I did. That definitely reason why you never saw the screen again is because when I finished the demonstration and when I went to go in to unfold the screen for the next day, it stuck. Here it is right there. See, the beautiful thing about that, when I had the other house, I didn't even have a backyard. I couldn't fill out the entire screen. And here I got this big backyard. I can fill out my screen, have some fun with it. Man, I think God is good. God is amazing. That screen came out so nicely, but as I said before, it cracked. It peeled. It stuck. So it didn't work too well. Let's see if we can find this last one, because I got to get to work in a few. I'm supposed to be at work, people. Yeah, motorized projection screens. Learned that the hard way too. Let's see. This is what happens to those if you have white screens outside. Yeah, there's your white screens. That's how they pull up. But you don't want that. But yeah. Let's see if we can find it. It was under this one right here. It was an 8. It was a Supreme 8 that had that issue. Well, one of them had the issue. Yeah, see, and we had to pull the screen because that material right there, when you pull it up, it'll crack. I should mark it on the Supreme 8 shower curtain. Yeah, I told you painted everything. You did a freaking shower curtain. Things you do when you're bored. That was the waterproof, water resistant. And we did that on a Casio laser projector. Demonstrations outside. That was an 8 right there. Never doing that again. I bought a commercialized projector by accident and I had to turn around and send it back because I couldn't plug it up. It was drawing too much power from the house. All right, let me see. Oh, play nice. Computer's acting buggy today. All right, if I don't find it, I'll put it in the next demonstration because I really gotta be up. Driver's gonna be down here. I gotta come back with a response to how I'm going to deal with. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna give him. I don't know about a sample. I don't know. To tell you, I really don't know. On that one right there, because right now this screen we're developing here is designed to basically be able to take everything out. Why would I give anybody a sample of that technology to begin with? If anything, what we could offer them technology we can develop to make their products better. That's what we could do. Much better. Oh yeah, I'm sitting that screen, it's pain in the neck. Man, that thing gave me a headache. I set it up wrong. I completely set it wrong. It was my mistake on my behalf. Set it up wrong. I was like, really? Kill my back out here. Oh, give me a minute. Okay, I'm almost done. Where I am. Fussy. Supreme 8 inflatable screen. Well, what happened to the rest? Seriously, can we try that again? What the freak is going on? Freaking Google. Supreme 8 inflatable screen. Thank you. Let's just skip the rest of that crap and just move on. All right, here's all the videos on the Supreme 8. It was the Supreme 8 we were doing. Where was the demonstration? Come on, man. Freaking bugging me with this crap. Where was the demonstration outside when we had the issue that popped up? It wasn't that one. It wasn't that one. All right, I don't have to dig it up through my freaking library, but we'll take this from here. And I wonder if I recorded it. And then I'm pretty sure I did record what happened. That's when we figured out that the front and rear does not work. Wait, this is not YouTube, isn't it? You're not YouTube on this one. Give me this one. Not YouTube on that one. All right. Inflatable. I'm going to put down projection screen. All right, let me see. Well, how come I'm not getting this? Where is this at? Is this coming up on? I'm not gonna have to. Sorry about that, people. I'm gonna have to go through that screen here twice. That's a no-no. And let's pause it there. And let's come here. I need to put this in my actual videos. Because it's going to bring up everything and anything. These are the two inflatables we did. That's one I did outside. That's the previous one I did. I'm looking for the one that had the front and rear outside. I had it outside on the porch when I was doing that demonstration. That's the Supreme 8. That's a portable. I'm going to be here. We go. Found it. This is the issue that popped up. So, like I told you before, like I said, tests are very important. But as I told you before, yeah, okay, whatever, buddy. Anyway, now you see this right here in the demonstration? This is an inflatable screen outside. This is what happens if you coat one of these screens that has a front and rear projection screen. Number one, if you do this with a paint sprayer, one of the problems you're going to come up is if you don't put an even application back and forth, you will see your spray stroke lines will pop up in the screen. Number two, with it being a rear projection screen, light is constantly filtering through the screen, which fades the image even more. I'm using a 4200 lumen Epson projector for this demonstration right here. Now, you know why the image looks so clean here? Because there's a piece of cardboard behind the back of the screen, which means that let me know that when I'm doing this screen, anytime I do a screen, I have to make sure that there's a black backing behind the back of the screen, and that is going to prevent the screen from basically fading 10 times faster because there's light pushing back and forth through the screen. I don't know how this will react to phantom technology now because this stuff was nowhere near phantom technology, but this is what I found out when painting that surface. So none of this is coming up due to the fact that the projector is projecting from the front or even from the back. It's going to have the same reaction. There's so much light transferring through that it's washing out the image at a high rate. Where if you have a black backing on the back of this, this is going to produce a perfect image with no problem whatsoever. So that's why I found that anytime you spray an inflatable screen with our stuff, do not use it on a surface that has front and rear. Do not paint it on PVC because it will crack and peel. Now, if that had a black backing on the back of it and I hit it with our technology, it would have came up fantastic. But because it was rear, yeah, it became an issue. And it doesn't make a difference if your product is black. It doesn't make a difference. There's the Epson projector right there. It doesn't make a difference if your projector is a gray screen paint, which is going to even have an even worse issue because a gray screen paint is not going to be to pick up the contrast level or color. It's going to fade even faster with that much light pushing out of the screen. So before you run your mouth off that screen, you may want to go over and inspect that surface first before making an accusation. Because if that screen is front and rear, it's not going to pick up. I don't care if it's nighttime, it's still not going to pick up because it's light transferring to the screen.
Today I'm testing out the new fabric that we're going to be using to design our own form of inflatable projection screens. So this is the fabric right here. It is actually coated with a Supreme 8. I got the inflatable screen just to show you exactly the test that we're going on. Keep in mind the first screen itself was sprayed with a Supreme 8, and now this.
Now you see those lines all in the screen right here? Pause it right there. Seriously? You see those lines? Hit the pause button twice. See that uneven all in the screen right here? This is what a paint sprayer will do when you hit it on that fabric. You will be to see all this push up. Whether the screen is gray, whether it's black, it's going to react the exact same way. You have to have a backing on the back of the screen. In order for the image that's going to be traveling from the projector, it's going to have to hit the surface and bounce back. But if you have a surface like this that's transferring light, it's just going to push right through, and the light that's coming this side is going to push through the opposite side. Now, if this had sun killer technology, which we didn't even have at the particular time, this would have been able to push with no problem whatsoever. But like I said, I still wouldn't do one of those screens to save my soul at all, period. Like I said, that's the front rears are bad. That's the last one we're doing right here. So I can show you from my experience of dealing with multiple inflatable screens. One of the issues we had, the PVC material sticks and peels. And the other issue you're going to run into is if you're using front and rear, it is going to fade and wash your screen out. And the majority of most screens out there on the market are basically PVCs. So if I want to put in real quick, 500-inch inflatable projection screen. Let me feet. It's 500. Once the screens you look up, we're gonna have inflatables. Here's one right here. This is rear. Majority will come in will be rear. A lot of them are going to be coming in rear because that's the popular ones now. They want them in rear projection screens. Don't tear that up. Do I come to your room and tear up your stuff? I didn't think so. Get out of here. Tear up my freaking rug. Nut job. So the ones we have here, we're going to run into, it's a long string to trace up in. Is this long? Man. Most of the ones you're going to run in are going to be front and rear. These are majorities going to be front and rear screens. You can't use front and rear because that's not going to do well. It's going to come out really bad on the front and rear. That's not going to work. Let's see right here. Inflatable rear. This one right here has to have a black back, and this is an elite. Let's see what the surface is made out of on here. Do we even have the names right there? Let's see. Judging by that, that's fabric, and I guarantee you that's front and rear. It's like PVC. Okay. I had to hunt a couple places to get exactly what I wanted because I knew for a fact I was going to have issues with this particular. If I decided to do an inflatable screen, that was one of the problems I was going to have. Does not have a clear, do not store it wet. Yeah, you got that motor in there, that's why. Chances are this is definitely going to be PVC. Do we have specifications? Well, that's one of the things I don't like is the fact that they don't give you a detailed specification, and that's something you need to know from the door, whether the screen is going to be PVC or if it's going to be front and rear. And they don't have enough information. I don't know why they don't have that on there, but that should be always posted if the screen is going to be PVC or front and rear. But then again, at the end of the day, they're not expecting you to paint over a screen. So these right here are front and rear. These will tell you right, these are all front and rear, front and rear, front and rear, front and rear. These are going to have you, give you issues if you paint over that screen. This $8,000 projection screen right here, Elite Outdoor. Now this is Elite. They're probably using the Yard Master on this. We have the Yard Master. Okay, the Yard Master is a PVC material. It is. It's not fabric. So we have that. So chances are, if they're using this, they're probably using that Yard Master material. Let's see. Did they say anything in here on a screen that's going to cost you $8,000? What your surface is made out of? Here we go. Told you. PVC. Majority of most of these screens are going to be two things. Either going to be PVC or they're going to be that front and rear mesh. Those are only two they're going to be. If it's that material and you paint it, you're going to pay somebody a lot of money back because they're going to sue you for it. They are definitely going to sue you for it. You're going to buy your product, they're going to stick it on that screen, or you're going to paint on that screen. And if you paint it on that surface, the time and money, all that stuff you put into it, and they fold that screen up, which they are going to fold it up. There's no way in the world they're going to basically store that screen and way it's being displayed. And your product sticks to that surface, and it will. You're going to have to pay them back about an $8,000 screen. Or probably a little more than that, depending on where they got it from. And they are going to take you to court for it. So that's why it's always good to do your research before you basically go down that road. 42, $15,000. And people say, oh, it's nothing about jealousy, people. It's about bottom line at the end of the day. Like I said, I got demonstrations. I make money. I'm good. At the end of the day, it's basically, if I'm not a hateful person, if I was a hateful person, he's getting sued because he did something stupid. He deserves that. I'm sorry. At the end of the day, he deserves that. But like I said, I try to give people a little bit of advice to help them out from experience. And I showed you the videos. What happens if you mess with these screens and you don't get the right surface, you could have a nightmare on your hands. But I'm trying to help him out a little bit. Now, if he don't want to take the advice, hey, that you're going to be in court for 8 grand. Them screens aren't cheap. That screen from that caliber is not cheap. It's probably between maybe $15,000-$20,000 projection screen you're looking at right there. You mess that screen up, at the end of the day, they're taking you to court because that's their money maker right there. They make money off that screen. Even though they got insurance for it, they're going to sue you for it. PVC. Another reason why they're going to use PVC is a less wind resistant material. So like I said, this screen will stick. Now, like I said, we got an elite screen downstairs. It is 100% PVC. It's made out of the same kind of material they use for these screens. We'll paint some of that with the gray screen paint product. We'll paint some of that with the black. We'll fold it over. We'll stick it in the back. We'll come down and get it. We'll unravel it, and you'll watch that screen peel right on camera. That's the reason why. We'll soak one in water, show you what happens. I have no idea why you would have that screen outside in the rain at the end of the day, unless they got some kind of flap over top of it that you can run it. But then again, in the middle of a windstorm, you think you really want to run a $20,000 screen outside? Okay, then. Even the sun's going to cause a problem. When the sun hits that and that starts to heat up, oh man, it's going to cause moisture under the screen. It could cause the screen to peel right on the spot too. That's another issue you're going to run into. So we're just going to leave this one right here. They got air projection is right there. 1,800 lumens. Oh, they're using those inflatables. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. That's the reason why you can run it outside. All right, so they got these inflatable screens that basically don't require okay, much like an air mattress. Okay, so you blow an air mattress up, you pull out the cord and it's inflated. They have those. I've seen those before. I've seen those. They're expensive, but you don't have to have constant power running through it. This thing basically, you can feed air into it and close it up like a balloon and it will stay inflated. That's how it is. Yeah, I've seen those before. They're a little bit more expensive. They work like the air mattress. You can blow it up and you're done. That's it. You have to have any power constantly running through it or nothing. Let it white, smooth, wrinkle resistant, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Heavy duty. PVC. That's what you're going to run into. So chances are that screen sitting out there that he displayed was a PVC screen. At that caliber and that size, I guarantee it's PVC. If it is front and rear, that still poses a problem because, like I said before, the front and rear screens, they fade crazy. Now, mind you, this is a black technology we have up there, which is designed to fade less because it's darker. This is a light screen going up there. It's going to fade even faster when you do it. So, and then on top of that, you're going to see the marks on the screen. You're talking about a screen of that caliber trying to paint it with a paint sprayer. You can't use an everyday paint sprayer. You have to use an industrial sprayer. Even if they do the job themselves, you're still going to see imperfections coming through compared to the white surface that they had where nothing was coming through because it was a white surface to begin with. That's the tricky part about paint on a rear screen. Keep in mind, when we do fabrics, we have to put 2 coats onto a surface to make sure we don't get some areas are going to have more and some are not going to have less. Because if you paint a surface, sometimes the surface is going to absorb more on this side and less on this side. You can get blots all over the screen. Imagine filtering that through a rear projection setup. You'll see all those imperfections pop up. That could cause a problem. Even if you have bringing a professional painter, you'd still have that problem. So that's why before he should have did that YouTube video, he should have went over and inspected the screen first. But he doesn't know what I know, so that tells you how far he has in business. I know this because I've done this before and I've seen the outcome of it all, and it wasn't good. So the surface we have now is different. It's different because I had the experience to know what to look for and what not to buy. I'm sorry, I can't tell you what that is, what that surface is made out of. But it worked well. It married well. It didn't wrinkle. It didn't peel. It was perfect. And people say, well, I have a PVC screen on my fixed frame screen. Yeah, I have one too. It's right there. And I got another one over there. But guess what? They don't go anywhere. They stay right there on the wall. I don't, at the end of the day, I don't dismantle the screen and roll it up, put it in the corner. No, it stays right there. So I don't have to ever worry about that screen. Wait a minute. I forgot about that. We do have one of these downstairs. We have the original screen. Oh, from one of the screens I painted. I got rid of it. I don't use it anymore. I think we rolled it up and put it downstairs in the basement. Let's go have a look at that real quick. Hey, what's up, angry man? Angry man. Always angry all the time. Wow. Wow. This is Makawaki. Practice. Yeah. Wax on, wax off. This is Makawaki. Hold on for a minute. We got one downstairs in the basement. Yeah, we gotta turn the heat up too. It's kind of cold in here. Here. You want to entertain them? You go in. You want to entertain them? You need more cat food too. I don't eat that much cat food, man. I got you. I got you, big man. I got you. People, here you go. I had one downstairs somewhere. I had to figure out where it was at. Ah, I see you, dangerous kitty. Dangerous kitty. On top of kitty. All right, so I knew I had one of these. So this is an old screen that I had upstairs in the basement from one of my last fixed frame screens I did. It's the same PVC material that they use for when they do inflatable screens. I think this was the 235.1 setup that I used to have in there. Cat keeping y'all entertained. He always does. So this was rolled up in my basement last time I used the screen. Look at this monstrosity. This is him. Fighting God knows what. What are you fighting in here, cat? Now, this is the material right here. Same material they use for inflatable screens. Except for it has a Velcro around it. One of the first problems you're going to have, it's going to start to peel. Right. Peel mark there. Peel mark there. And look at this. It's married to the surface too well. Any moisture gets up in the screen, like if the sun hits it, because these are inside the house. But any sun hits this and any moisture or saturation gets under the surface, This is going to peel like a monkey with a banana. These screens are best situated where they are folded up against your screen and they stay there permanently. This is not a screen that's designed to be taken down and be done again. Like, so for me, I can take it down and repaint it. But if I were to remove this off the frame, this thing would basically have all kinds of issues. It would peel, crack, everything. It's designed to stay there in that one spot. That's why it's called a fixed frame screen. This is an inflatable screen. This is a screen you're going to be blowing up over and over again every day. It's going to expand. You're going to have a saturation behind the back. It's going to be outside in elements. Yeah. And every time you roll this thing up and unpeel it or fold it or whatever how you're going to do it, it's going to crack and it's going to peel. Any kind of saturation, anything gets in there, and you're going to have an issue. Now, mind you, this one's rolled up. Usually with some of these inflatable screens, when they bring them down, they just ball them up, and then they stretch them out, and they may fold them up. Whatever way you're doing it, it's going, at the end of the day, you're going to have some problems. You're going to have heat hitting the back of the screen constantly all the time because it's going to be outside, and you're going to pick up moisture and saturation behind underneath the screen, and it's going to cause the surface to lift. And every time you go to fold this up, it's going to crack or peel, and it's going to become quite stiff. Now, if you're going to be painting this to your fixed frame screen, the fixed frame screen is not going anywhere. It's going to stay in one spot every single time. Out there, you're going to go, gee whiz, let me go take this off and put another one up there. You're not doing that. Can I use this surface here? And this comes to having this in the basement. But like I said, yeah, you don't want to paint this up. And keep in mind, that screen, once it's expanded, that's it. It's expanded. It's tightened to a certain degree, and that's the way it's going to stay. This screen, on the other hand, you're going to take this down, fold it up, put it in the garage somewhere. Depending on where you're storing it at, if it's too hot in there, if it's too cold, that's going to affect the screen. And then you're going to take it out again, and you're going to stretch it out again, and you're going to put it back on the frame. You're going to bring it back down again. You're going to ball it up or fold it up and do that over and over and over again. That's a lot of wear and tear on the surface. Now, if anyone sits there and says, well, gray screen paint products don't have that problem. Well, we have plenty of gray screen paint products here. The ones we made, I will roll that on the surface and we'll do the demonstration again. Now I have a fresh piece of, we just use this right here because I'm not using the surface at all. I'm just going to take this off and we're just going to use part of this right here. Get a pair of scissors and use this right now. We can use this for the demonstration right now. But, you know, if he does it, who cares? I mean, at the end of the day, bottom line, you get sued for 8 or 20 grand. That's your problem at the end of the day, not mine. But I'll show you. We're going to do several different gray screen paint products. And we'll show you how it's going to react the exact same way. Let's get our certified screens up here. That's all elite screens. Elite screens are still like rejection technology, Seymour AV, Vivistorm, which we're going to be doing some demonstrations on the next video, showing some stuff. And this is a company called Paint On Screens, which we tested their screen paint also too. So we have a little bit of everybody over there. Let me get, let me see. That's screen paint products. We don't use these anymore. These are on test those anymore. I'm gonna need you guys right here. I'm gonna take you downstairs for what? Let's get any kind of screen paint. And first, scissors still. Here we go. Let's cut a piece as well. Taco kitty. What's up, Taco? Taco. Raging Taco. Raging Taco. Raging Taco. You gonna change the camera? You gonna change the camera, Taco? You gonna change the camera? All right, so we have here a piece of vinyl. Not too big of a piece though. Right there. And it doesn't make a difference if you put on a paintbrush or roller, it all reacts the same way. Even a paint sprayer, it still reacts the same way. Woo! Crazy cat. The crazy cat. Woo! Woo, kitty, kitty. Kitty, 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 kitty. Woo, kitty, kitty. So what we have here, people, because I need this demonstration also too, because like I said, we're going to be showing off the inflatable screen again, since we now have the Phantom technology, and we have that new surface that we can marry it to now. I'm sorry I can't tell you what the surface is, but whew, man, it's a beaut. All right, so these right here are our screen paint products that we made. I'm going to be using some of these. I actually need one. I need all of these, or it's too many. This one was made. This one was, that was 2, that was 4. That's 10. We're going to use 10. That's what I use. Now these are our mixes we made in a little experiment. So they'll simulate just perfectly for what we need to do in this demonstration. Now also too, we're going to do a demonstration of a roller versus a paint sprayer. Because some of you think you can tell the difference of the two, but I'm telling you, you can't. You can't tell. It only goes by basically on the application that you're applying it to. Now a surface like that, a screen of that magnitude, you wouldn't be using a roller. It just takes too long to do. You would have to use a spray to do that. I would make sure you get some insurance before doing something of that caliber, or do some tests, but some people don't do that. So the problem you have with that is, if you don't do the test, how do you know if your product is going to work or not? Looks nice, doesn't it? I miss painting with a paintbrush. I really do. Oh, you've never painted with a paintbrush? Stop lying, you crazy cat. Taco! Taco! We don't have to put that many coats. I'm just putting a really good application. I like the paint. I like the paint. I love the paint. Some people don't like the paint. I love painting. I do. Oh, man. Give me enough food. Not a lot, but, and put on some good music. I'll paint your whole house. And if I don't like the color, well, I can always change it to what I want. Because, you know, that's what I like to do. All right. So I'm like, this is real paint, and this over here is your projection screen, but they both look the same. Yeah, that's a red screen here. I'm gonna show you the difference. Pretty cool. All right, so we got this side painted right here. We're done there. Looking on up. Yeah. What you complain about, kitty? Kitty, yeah. That's all we need. We're done right there. All right, so I'm gonna let this dry downstairs. And when it dries downstairs, what we're going to do is we're going to go in and we are going to fold it up nice and tight. Put a brick on top of it because you want as much pressure as possible. And we'll let that dry. And then we'll go downstairs and we'll peel it apart and see what happens, see if it opens up. Because the reason why we're doing it this way, because, you know, you have people that say some of the dumbest things on YouTube. I swear sometimes I really think about what goes through their mind when they say dumb stuff. But they'll say, well, my screen paint won't do that, but his will. Again, I was developing this product before you even knew I existed. So yeah, I know the downfalls of this too. And you think I haven't ran across this in the 4 years or 5 years I was making this stuff? Yeah, I have. So I know what it does too. But you got to back everything up. You have to back everything up. That's how it has to be done. Let me take this downstairs. It's like when someone made the dumb conclusion that they said, oh yeah, he's using a form of manipulating, what was it that I use? I had the ability to be able to manipulate real time. That's my favorite one of all. That is my ultimate favorite one of all. Yeah, someone actually said that into one of the YouTube videos in a live stream that I was using special equipment. We all know where that came from. Special equipment to be able to manipulate real time. Okay. Definitely someone's been snorting bleach at the end of the day. What a freak. That was thinking about my entire life. Wonder what I obtained technology to do that. I'm gonna that one day. Is it possible to manipulate real time? Is that possible? Right. You know why? Usually, when I'm doing these streams, why certain individual streams don't go on this long? Because they don't know anything. That's why. Their streams don't go anywhere. Don't go this long. They don't know anything. They couldn't explain to you this much information in one day. They don't know anything. All right. That's my driver contacting me to come pick up packages. So I got to get ready for that. And since we have a nice day outside, God be blessed. I ain't going to be outside today playing on the big screen today, which I want to get out there, do some gaming. Right, kitty? He's a solid type sometimes. All right, got to get out of here. Got to go. We'll be back on to test out that PVC and show you why you don't paint this up on PVC. The nightmare. All right, got to go and God bless.